Chapter 757. A bold idea suddenly surfaced in Feng Zichen's mind. Since the Grand Pure One had taken away 20% of the human race's destiny, he would use the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda to make up for it. If he could obtain the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda, the loss of 20% of the human race's destiny would be nothing. It could even be said that the human race had profited greatly. Although the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda was a postnatal cardinal treasure, its power might not be inferior to a connate cardinal treasure. Moreover, the most precious thing about the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda was never its best defense. Its most precious thing was the layer of heaven-splitting merit in its body. It was this layer of heaven-splitting merit that made the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda extraordinary. That was why the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda above his head was equivalent to being invincible. A layer of heaven-splitting merit could create a heavenly Tao saint. Why could the three pure ones and the Lady of Earth become saints? Why did the three pure ones repeatedly break the rules of the heavenly Tao without paying any price? It was all because they had 10% of the heaven-splitting merit. It was this heaven-splitting merit that allowed them to have the capital to be unrestrained. Although the two layers of human destiny were many, it could not create a saint, let alone rely on it to become the capital to roam the primordial world. If losing 20% of the human race's destiny could be exchanged for the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda, Feng Zichen felt that this deal was completely worth it. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei moved at the same time. They first punched out and forced the Grand Pure One to retreat. Then, with a leap, they arrived beside the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda and wanted to join forces to suppress it. Seeing this, how could the Grand Pure One not understand their plan? They had clearly taken a fancy to his Dharma treasure and wanted to snatch it. How could the Grand Pure One be willing? That was the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda. Ever since the Hongmeng heaven-measuring ruler was destroyed, it was the #1 postnatal cardinal treasure in the primordial world. Its value was immeasurable. Thief, how dare you? With a thought, the Grand Pure One was about to find his connection with the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda and summon it back. However, due to the impact of the Zhouxing painting, the power of the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda was in chaos and temporarily lost connection with the Grand Pure One. He did not react to his summon. Damn it! Seeing this, Saint Taiching stomped his feet in anger, but he couldn't ignore the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda. He channeled his mana, took out the coiling dragon cane, and charged toward the two. At the same time, he didn't forget to secretly summon back the Taiji diagram, transforming it into a golden rainbow bridge that suppressed the endless space and time. Retreat. Feng Zichen and Emperor Ziwei didn't even turn their heads when they saw the Taiching saint charging towards them. They threw a punch at him. In an instant, dragon roars resounded in the void. The dragon chi of the human Tao and the emperor chi of Ziwei surged out, carrying the power to destroy everything as they charged towards the Grand Pure One. In the face of such powerful punches, even someone as powerful as the Grand Pure One could not help but frown and feel that it was troublesome. But that was it. No matter what, he was still the first among the saints. In this era, where Tao ancestor Hongjun did not appear, the Grand Pure One had the title of #1 in the primordial world with his cultivation level at the 7th firmament of primordial chaos. He was worried that the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda would fall into the hands of the enemy. At this moment, the Grand Pure One no longer held back and displayed his cultivation level at the 7th firmament of primordial chaos. In an instant, a powerful aura rose from the Grand Pure One's body, stirring up a huge wave of chaos in the chaos outside the sky. Break! The Grand Pure One pointed out with his cane, and a vast and unfathomable mantra of morality gushed out from his hand, turning into divine chains of order that entangled in front of him. At the same time, the rainbow bridge formed by the Taiji diagram suddenly spread forward and blocked in front of the Grand Pure One, colliding with the fist prints of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. Rumble! After suffering this heavy blow, the rainbow bridge formed by the Taiji diagram trembled. Then there was no more. After all, it was a heaven-opening treasure. How could a mere primordial chaos energy shake it? It could repel it, but it was impossible for Feng Zichen to destroy the Taiji diagram with his current strength. While the fist prints were blocked, the divine chains of order formed by the mantra of morality suddenly rushed to the side of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui. They wanted to wrap around the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda and pull it away. Seeing this, Feng Zichen flashed and stood between the divine chains of order and the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. With a whoosh, the Zichen sword was unsheathed. Rays of resplendent sword light swept out and cut off the divine chains of order. Although the divine chains of order were strong, the Zichen sword in Feng Zichen's hand had fused with the Khanate sword Dao. In the true sense, it could cut through everything. Not to mention the divine chains of order. Even if the heavenly Dao appeared in front of Feng Zichen, he would dare to cut it. Of course, it was one thing to be able to cut it, but it was another thing to be able to hit it. Just as Feng Zichen blocked the divine chains of order, Great Emperor Zhui had already used the Zhoushan diagram to seal the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Kill! As soon as the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda was sealed, the Grand Pure One charged over. The rainbow bridge crossed the sky and slammed into the Zhoushan diagram. The coiling dragon cane waved and attacked Great Emperor Zhui and Feng Zichen respectively. Go! With a thought, Feng Zichen raised the human Dao imperial seal and blocked the incoming Taiji diagram. As for himself, he joined forces with Great Emperor Zhui and attacked the Grand Pure One together. The Zhoushan diagram might not be able to block the Taiji diagram, but the human Dao imperial seal definitely could, because its core was the chaos bead, which was also a fragment of a chaos treasure. Who said that the chaos bead fragment had to be inferior to the Pango axe fragment? The two Khanate cardinal treasures were locked in a fierce battle in the chaos, while their masters were locked in a fierce battle in another place. Just as Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One were fighting, they did not notice that when the human clan's destiny was in a riot, a change had occurred in the human clan. Powerhouses who had long fallen were reincarnated through the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and joined the human clan. For a time, countless geniuses were born in the human clan. Logically speaking, the reincarnation of powerhouses would definitely produce a phenomenon to show their extraordinariness. However, at this moment, the heavenly Dao did not appear, and the human clan's destiny was in a riot. It stirred up the Khanate Dao in the human clan's territory, causing them to temporarily lose the ability to sense heaven and earth. Without being able to sense heaven and earth, the reincarnations of those powerhouses naturally could not produce the corresponding phenomenon. This was a good thing for them. This time, they did not have to worry about the risk of their identities being exposed under the resonance of heaven and earth. As for the destiny they carried, it did not merge with the human clan. How could a saint make such a huge mistake when making a move? The destiny of their previous lives had long been collected by the saint and placed in various treasures in various places in the primordial world. After they grew up, they would follow the feeling in their hearts to find their own opportunities. The saint's plan was perfect. He had arranged everyone's identities and prepared the opportunities they needed for cultivation. He was just waiting for them to grow up so that they could be used by the saint. What exactly did he want them to do? That would depend on the saint's thoughts and the future direction. However, there would be no harm in burying these spies in the human clan. Sooner or later, they would be useful. Feng Zichen did not know all of this. First of all, the shattering of the human clan's destiny caused him to temporarily lose his perception of the human clan. In addition, this place was the chaos outside the sky and was extremely far away from the primordial world. It caused his control of the human clan to drop to the freezing point. At this moment, his attention was all focused on the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. He was trying his best to get it. How could he have the mood to care about the human clan? With all these factors, he naturally could not sense the situation of a human clan. As for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they were doing their best to suppress the restless destiny of the human clan so that it could return to normal. At the same time, they could sort out the losses of the human clan this time. They did not have the energy to take care of the current human clan. It could be said that all the peerless experts of a human clan were distracted. It was also because of this that the saint had a chance to plan. Sensing the completion of his plan, the Grand Pure One heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he decided not to continue playing with Feng Zichen and the others. After dragging on for so long, this boring battle should end. Thinking to this point, the Grand Pure One found an opportunity to suddenly retreat. Fellow Taoists, what do you think of this mystical ability of the Poor Way? The Grand Pure One retreated to the side and said as he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei did not reply. Instead, they rushed forward and did not give the Grand Pure One a chance to catch his breath. They knew that villains died because they talked too much. Who knew what kind of variables would happen after chatting with the Grand Pure One for a while? One Qi into 3 Pure Ones. Seeing the two of them rushing over, the Grand Pure One shook his head. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and suddenly turned into a wisp of clear air. Then, the clear air split into 3 and turned into 3 Taoists with different appearances. One looked young, one looked middle-aged, and one looked old. The young Taoist's face was identical to the Grand Master of Heaven. The middle-aged Taoist's face was identical to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. The old Taoist was clearly the Grand Pure One himself. The three of them stepped forward and introduced themselves according to their age. Poor Wei Taoist Tai Ching. Poor Wei Taoist Yu Qing. Poor Wei Taoist Shanqing. Greetings, fellow Taoists. 3 seeing this scene, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei could not help but stop in their tracks. This is Feng Zichen recognized the origin of this mystical ability. This mystical ability was called One Qi into 3 Pure Ones. It was a supreme mystical ability created by the Grand Pure One. It could create 3 clones, each of which had combat power that was not inferior to the main body. Feng Zichen had always scoffed at this saying, thinking that it was impossible. It was not difficult to create 3 clones, but to make them have the same combat power as the main body, one could barely do it, but 3 was almost impossible. It was not that Feng Zichen had not tried before, but he had never done that. Therefore, the conceited him thought that no one could do that. However, he did not expect to see the Grand Pure One use this mystical ability today. It was indeed a slap to his face. Looking at the 3 auras, apart from Taoist Tai Ching. Although the other 2 could not compare to the Grand Pure One, their strength was almost on par with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven. In other words, the Grand Pure One could be used as 3 people. This mystical ability was really amazing. At the side, the other people who were fighting also revealed expressions of surprise after noticing the changes here. They did not know such a mystical ability. Everyone's expressions were fine, but the Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had strange expressions when they saw Taoist Shanqing and Taoist Yu Qing, who looked similar to them. No one knew what they were thinking. Fellow Taoists, what do you think of this mystical ability of the Poor Way? The 3 of them took a step forward and said in unison, Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Feng Zichen nodded and praised. Then, he raised the Zichen sword without hesitation and charged towards the 3 of them. The aura could be faked. Before he started, who knew if the 3 Pure Ones of the Grand Pure One had transformed into were just for show or were really capable? Whoosh! The Khanate Sword Dao appeared and turned into a dazzling sword light that slashed towards the 3 of them. Seeing the sword light slashing towards them, the 3 Taoists did not dodge. They stood where they were, and an immortal light rose from each of their bodies and connected in front of them to block the sword light. That immortal light was the 3 Pure Ones' innate mystical ability, the 3 Pure Immortal Light. When an expert attacked, one would know whether or not he was an expert. As soon as the 3 Pure Immortal Light appeared, Feng Zichen knew that the 3 Taoists were really capable and not just for show. Fellow Taoist, since you have already attacked, it's the Poor Wei's turn. After blocking the sword light, the 3 of them said in unison. Then, they did not seem to do anything, But the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda that was suppressed by the Zhoxing painting suddenly trembled violently and was about to break out of the seal. Ha! Fellow Taoist, you really have a good mystical ability. However, since we've already experienced your abilities, it's time for you to experience ours as well, the heavenly monarch said with a smile. Without suppressing the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, Feng Zichen laughed and said to the Grand Pure One, "Fellow Taoist, please take a look. What do you think of my mystical ability?" After saying that, a mysterious mark suddenly appeared between Feng Zichen's eyebrows. In an instant, an incomparably majestic aura spread out, shocking everyone's minds. At the same time, an identical mysterious mark appeared between Great Emperor Ziwei's eyebrows. It also exuded a shocking power. Rumble. The power of the two Tao marks was added together, and a vast and majestic aura became even stronger. Everyone only felt a powerful pressure in their hearts, and it actually made them feel that they could not resist. Freeze! At this moment, they suddenly heard the word freeze. It was Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei's voices. They had attacked. Rumble. An even more vast and majestic power swept out and enveloped everything around them. At this moment, under this power, the entire chaos outside the heavens seemed to have fallen into a stagnant state. The heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, which was still struggling violently before, fell into silence again in an instant. Chapter 758. Panga's Mark. The mysterious mark that appeared between Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei's eyebrows was Panga's mark. As members of the Panga lineage, the two of them naturally had Pangu's mark on their bodies to show their noble origins. Because the two of them used Pangu's mark, the entire battlefield was instantly enveloped by the incomparably majestic power of Pangu. Under this majestic power, everyone who was fighting unconsciously stopped what they were doing. They looked at Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei with a look of surprise and uncertainty. After countless years, someone actually used Pangu's mark again. Moreover, it was two members of the Panga lineage who had never fought before. The 12 ancestral sorcerers could transform into Panga's physical body when they used Panga's mark. The 3 pure ones could theoretically transform into Panga's primordial spirit when they used Panga's mark. What about Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei? What could the two of them transform into when they used Panga's mark? Panga's primordial spirit or Panga's physical body? Because no one had ever seen the two of them use Panga's mark, everyone was looking forward to it. They all watched with great interest. Ignoring the crowd, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei said in unison, "Fellow Taoist Tai Ching, how about this remarkable power of ours?" As soon as they finished speaking, the remarkable power was unleashed. The Pangu's mark between their eyebrows suddenly erupted with a dazzling Tao light. It condensed behind the two of them and gradually formed two blurry figures. Pangu. These two blurry figures were both Pangu. However, the difference was that Pangu's physical body was condensed behind Feng Zichen, while Pangu's primordial spirit was condensed behind Great Emperor Ziwei. Feng Zichen mainly cultivated the path of gods and demons, and what he cultivated was Pangu's true body. Therefore, after he used Pangu's mark, what he condensed was naturally Pangu's physical body. As for Great Emperor Ziwei, he was born in Ziwei's star and was the god of Pangu. When he used Pangu's mark, he naturally summoned Pangu's primordial spirit. Merge. After Pangu's primordial spirit and Pangu's physical body manifested, Great Emperor Ziwei and Feng Zichen's silhouettes swayed and merged into their respective bodies. Then, the two Pangus seemed to suddenly have a mind of their own. They suddenly clenched their fists and threw a punch at Taoist 3 purities, who had transformed into Saint Tai Ching. This punch was like a casual punch. It didn't use any Dharma treasure, nor did it use any divine ability. There was nothing fancy about it. It was very ordinary. However, in Saint Tai Ching's eyes, this punch was like the Tao. It controlled everything and encompassed everything. It made him feel like he was invincible. In front of this punch, any divine ability would be ineffective, and any great Tao would be suppressed. This punch could be said to be invincible. If one punch could be said to be invincible, then it was needless to say that Saint Taiching wasn't facing one punch, but two. Double the punches, double the happiness. Rumble. The dazzling fist mark pierced through the chaos beyond the heavens and destroyed the boundless universe. It stirred up a terrifying tide of destruction and ruthlessly struck Saint Taiching's body. With a boom, an earth-shattering power burst forth. The golden bridge formed by the Taiji diagram was sent flying. Without the Taiji diagram's protection, the powerful force spread out and engulfed Taoist three purities. Bang! 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 Three shocking explosions rang out. Taoist three purities' body was shattered by the two punches, turning into fragments of clear qi that filled the sky. The supreme divine ability, one qi into three purities, was broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, the wind from the fist stopped, and the chaos returned to normal. The clear qi that filled the sky gathered again and gradually transformed into Saint Taiching's figure. However, at this moment, this tranquil and inactive saint looked a little miserable. His face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His hair was messy, and his Taoist robe was tattered. He looked like a beggar and no longer had any of his previous elegance. Clearly, his divine ability had been broken, and he had been hit by the two punches. Even someone as powerful as him didn't feel good. He had suffered heavy injuries. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui should have taken advantage of the Saint Taiching's injuries and shattered Taoist body to pursue him. They should have expanded their victory and not given him a chance to recover his physical body. However, the two of them didn't do that because they had more important things to do. Taking advantage of the Saint Taiching's shattered Taoist body, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui retreated and went to the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. They refined it with all their might and tried to erase the imprint that the Saint Taiching had left on it. At this moment, the Saint Taiching's Taoist body was shattered. In order to quickly reform his Taoist body, he had no time to care about the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. This period of time was the best opportunity for Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui to refine the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. As for taking advantage of the situation and pursuing him, that was a joke. So what if they completely shattered the Saint Taiching's physical body? At most, they would make him lose face. They wouldn't be able to kill him. Since they couldn't achieve anything, why should Feng Zichen do it? He might as well take this opportunity to refine the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda so that he could completely control this supreme treasure. That was the only way to deal the greatest blow to the Saint Taiching. Losing the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda was a huge loss to the Saint Taiching's strength. Even his luck would be reduced by half. With the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda in hand, the Saint Taiching was equivalent to two saints. Without the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, he was just one saint. The gap between them was already very obvious. As the number one postnatal treasure, the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda naturally had 49 acquired divine seals in its body. They were like divine chains of order that covered the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Rumble. Their divine senses surged out like raging waves and surged into the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. The indestructible acquired divine seal in the pagoda was like clay under the divine senses of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui. It was broken by the two of them without any resistance. Rumble. The imprint that the Saint Taiching left in the divine seal was destroyed by their divine senses one after another. They then imprinted their own imprints. Just like that, in a short period of time, their divine senses broke through the 45 divine seals in the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda like a hot knife through butter. They destroyed all the imprints left by the Saint Taiching inside. When they tried to break through the 46th acquired divine seal, which was the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, the two of them finally encountered resistance. In the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, a dazzling purple light floated in the middle of the mysterious yellow light, releasing endless mystery. The mysterious yellow light was 90% of the mysterious yellow origin chi that was born at the beginning of the world. As for the purple light, it was naturally the most precious treasure of the primordial world, the great Tao merit, which was the legendary heaven-splitting merit. There was a full level of heaven-splitting merit in the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. This was the merit that could create a saint. Whoever managed to refine it would be the destined saint, destined to become a saint. The last 4 divine seals of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda were also there. The first 3 divine seals were in the mysterious yellow origin chi, and the last divine seal was in the heaven-splitting merit. As long as they refined this place, they would completely control the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. However, right in front of the 2 of them, there was an extraordinary figure standing silently amidst the Xianhuang Qi that covered the sky and earth. Looking at his face, it was the Saint Tai Ching. Taoist Tai Ching is really precious to the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. He actually sent an incarnation to guard the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda to prevent it from being taken away by outsiders. He's really careful. Seeing a Taoist who looked exactly like the Saint Tai Ching at the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, Feng Zichen shook his head and said with a smile. It was obviously impossible to say that he was the Saint Tai Ching himself, because the Saint Tai Ching was now in the outside world. It was also wrong to say that he was the imprint left by the Saint Tai Ching, because he had a complete body with flesh and blood. This was not the state that an imprint should be in. Moreover, his strength was too strong. He was already standing in the primordial chaos domain. With these conditions added together, the identity of this Taoist was obvious. He must be one of the 3 incarnations of the Saint Tai Ching. Only then could he have such powerful strength. After dealing with the Saint Tai Ching for so many years, Feng Zichen almost knew what his 3 corpses were. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, Grand Supreme Elder Lord, Pengu, and Taoist Tai Ching were the 3 corpses of the Saint Tai Ching. As for which one the Taoist in front of him was, Feng Zichen was not sure. However, he could ask if he was not sure. Feng Zichen bowed and asked the Taoist, "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" The Taoist returned the greeting and said, "Poor Wei, Pengu, Taoist Tai Ching." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Gaochen." Pengu, Taoist Tai Ching. Upon hearing this name, Feng Zichen already knew his background. The 3rd corpse of the Saint Tai Ching was also his self-corpse. At the same time, it was also the most powerful of his 3 corpses. After knowing the other party's background, Feng Zichen could not help but frown. This was troublesome. With their strength, it was not difficult to suppress Taoist Tai Ching, but it would take time. At this moment, what he lacked the most was time. That was because in the outside world, he was fighting with the Saint Tai Ching. How could he spare any energy to fight with Taoist Tai Ching? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zui's spiritual consciousness quietly withdrew from the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. At this moment, it was not the time to make a move. They still had to wait. Although there were still 4 divine restrictions that had not been refined, the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, which had already been refined by him with 45 acquired divine restrictions, had almost fallen into his hands. At most, he would not be able to unleash its full power. To the current Feng Zichen, power was secondary. As long as he had the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda in his hands, it would be fine. Now that he had achieved his goal, he was satisfied. As long as he had the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda in his hands, would he have to worry about not being able to refine the last 4 divine restrictions? After today, as long as he brought the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda back to the human race, Feng Zichen will be able to slowly wear Taoist Tai Ching to death. After their spiritual consciousnesses were restored, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zui immediately looked at the Saint Tai Ching. At this moment, he had completely recovered his Tao body. Even a messy hair on his head and the tattered Taoist robe on his body had been restored. However, his pale face and the dispirited aura on his body were not so easy to recover. Even the Saint Tai Ching could not erase the effects left behind by Panga's power. He needed time to slowly recuperate. Silently, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning appeared beside the Saint Tai Ching. The Grand Master of Heaven also took advantage of the time when the Lady of Earth was stunned to arrive in front of the Saint Tai Ching. The three pure ones gathered and formed a triangle, facing off against Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. It was just refining the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, but such a change had happened. Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei could not help but be stunned. Then, they looked at the three pure ones with a solemn expression. When the three pure ones joined forces, even the Tao ancestor would frown, let alone Feng Zichen. Kill! Without wasting any time, the three pure ones joined forces and formed an inexplicable formation. They brazenly attacked Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. Beside them, Goddess Hudu wanted to help when she saw this. However, she was involved in their battle by the combined forces of Tai, Zhuan-Ti, and Jin. The three of them wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created when the five Panga fought. At the same time, they also wanted to know what the trump cards of the five of them were. Among the Panga lineage, only the Witch race had revealed their trump card, the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. As for the three pure ones, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, they rarely used the Panga mark. As a result, everyone was not very clear about their methods. Now, the two sides had finally fought a bloody battle and were about to reveal their trump cards. How could the three of them allow outsiders to destroy it? Helpless, Goddess Hutu had no choice but to be involved in this chaotic battle. The three sides had grudges against each other. This time they all went all out. For a time, the terrifying fluctuations spread out and actually overshadowed the limelight next door. The three pure ones joining forces did not mean that they had to summon Pangu's primordial spirit. That was a life-threatening method that could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Just like the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation, the most obvious function was to integrate the power of the 12 witch ancestors and condense it into one. Only in the end could they summon Pangu's physical body. Right now, the three pure ones were not in a desperate situation. They had not reached the point where they could summon Pangu's primordial spirit. At this moment, they joined forces only to integrate the power of the three of them and allow their strength to reach a new peak. In an instant, the aura of the three pure ones connected into one. It was as if they had become one. Their aura rose infinitely. Rumble. At this moment, the three pure ones were like three gods in one. From the past, the future, and the present, they attacked Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei together. Seeing this, the two of them did not dare to hesitate. They once again activated the Panga mark. Rumble. In the vast and boundless aura, the primordial spirits of the two of them, which had transformed into Pangu's primordial spirit, suddenly merged with Pangu's physical body. Rumble. Inexplicably, the chaos outside the heavens became restless at this moment. It seemed to reveal an emotion of fear. Then it began to disintegrate layer by layer. The chaos disintegrated, and the world was born. Endless great path rules were born. They extended from the world and clustered around a ray of light in the void. It was the light that Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei had transformed into. Kill. At this moment, the three pure ones charged over with supreme power and blasted towards the ray of light in the sky. Chapter 759. Rumble. The Tao light shattered, revealing the supreme figure inside. Pangu. The real Pangu. While possessing a physical body, he also possessed a primordial spirit. This Pangu was formed by the combined efforts of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. He could be called a little Pangu. His strength was comparable to an expert at the 12th heaven of primordial chaos. Feng Zichen possessed the strength of a 4th heaven of primordial chaos, while Great Emperor Ziwei possessed the strength of a sixth heaven of primordial chaos. Even if the two of them worked together, they could at most contend with an expert at the eighth heaven of primordial chaos. But at this moment, after the two of them transformed into little Pangu, the strength they erupted with was comparable to an expert at the 12th heaven of primordial chaos and the great perfection. This increase in strength was simply terrifying. One had to know that the current little Pangu was formed by Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei purely using their own strength. They did not borrow any external forces. The boundless starry sky and the power of the primitive world had not been used. If these two powers were added, the little Pangu's strength would probably reach the realm of Wuji Daluo Jingxian in an instant and become the true peak of the primitive world. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, Feng Zichen felt that his entire body was floating. At this moment, he was the only one between heaven and earth, the center of the universe, the beginning of all origins. He was incomparably great and vast. All Daos had to bow at his feet. Everything between heaven and earth had to obey his orders. He controlled all the authority of heaven and earth. With a thought, he could change heaven and earth. This was not an illusion. He really had the ability to do so. No, it was not Feng Zichen who had this ability. It was little Pangu who had the ability to control everything in this world. As the creator of the primitive world, Pangu had the highest authority in this world. No one could compete with him. If Pangu really did descend, then no one in this world would be able to attack him. However, it was a pity. Although little Pangu was also a Pangu, it still had the word little in it. It couldn't be compared to the real Pangu. Although his power was strong, there was still a limit. If someone's power could surpass his, they would naturally be able to break through his limits. This was called breaking all techniques with one force. However, although there were such people in the primordial world, they were clearly not the three pure ones. Although the three pure ones were powerful when they joined forces, and their strength was comparable to that of a perfected 12th heaven of primordial chaos expert, there were still differences in strength among perfected primordial chaos experts. Without a doubt, Pangu was the strongest among them. History had already proven that Pangu was invincible in the same realm. In the truest sense, there was no one who could compare to him. Kill! With a thought, Feng Zichen urged the little Pangu to attack the three pure ones. Boom! Little Pangu punched out, and all the Daos of heaven and earth manifested, surrounding his fist and supporting him as he punched towards the three pure ones. The punch was already powerful. After being supported by the myriad Dao, it became even more extraordinary. It faintly showed signs of surpassing the realm of primordial chaos. The punch was followed by the myriad Dao. Chaos suddenly exploded, bursting out with waves that seemed to split the world apart. At this moment, under the little Pangu's punch, the scene of the beginning of the world seemed to be repeated. The myriad Dao was born because of it, and the myriad Dao evolved with it. The terrifying waves spread out and directly drowned the three pure ones. Rumble! The power that seemed to split the world apart surged and shook the great Dao of the three pure ones, causing the great Dao that they had worked hard to cultivate to gradually become unstable. One could see that the bodies of the three pure ones were blurring and disintegrating. Under the impact of the power that split the world apart, they were like the broken chaos. They began to transform into energy, showing signs of turning into the origin of the world. At the same time, the great Tao that they had worked hard to cultivate was also distorted. It was as if it was about to be separated from their bodies and integrated into the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. This was a sign that they were about to transform into Tao. The little Pangu's punch almost transformed the three pure ones into Tao. Hiss, Tai, Zhuan Ti, and the other two who saw this all gasped and felt a chill in their hearts. This power was really too strong. Was there really anyone in the primitive world who could withstand it? Subconsciously glancing at the bell of chaos in his hand, Dong Huang Tai secretly calculated. He felt that even with the bell of chaos in his hand, he might not be able to withstand the little Pangu's attack. The human clan had really become the general trend. For example, The demon clans of today were far too powerful. At this moment, Tai, who had returned, had truly changed his impression of the human clan. He truly saw them as an opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that the three pure ones were still struggling, Feng Zichen smiled coldly. He did not use any magic. Instead, he urged the little Pangu to throw punch after punch. What magic! What great Tao! These were completely meaningless to the Pangu. His fist was the strongest magic, the strongest Tao, because he himself was equivalent to Tao. The so-called magic was the understanding of outsiders of him. But no matter how deep the understanding of outsiders was, how could it be compared to his punches and kicks? Boom, boom, boom. Under the continuous bombardment of the little Pangu, one could see that a vast world was slowly taking shape in the chaos. Even if this world had not been completed and was only in its embryonic form, one could see from its current scale that it would be a big world beyond imagination. Although it might not be comparable to the heaven realm, it was definitely much larger than the ordinary upper-class world. And the three pure ones were in the middle of this new world. At this moment, most of their bodies had been shattered. Bright, divine blood spewed out and fell into the new world, becoming its nutrients. What was more, under the little Pangu's attack, the origins of the three pure ones were shaken. Along with their shattered bodies, it dissipated and merged into the new world. Broken flesh, splashed bones, and dissipated origins all separated from the bodies of the three pure ones. Then, they were shattered by the little Pangu and turned into the purest congenital origins, dispersing into the new world. Boom, boom, boom. After devouring the origins of the three pure ones, the new world was evolving faster and faster. Its origins were also getting thicker and thicker, faintly showing signs of being comparable to the heaven realm. The origins of the three pure ones were so huge that even the three heaven realms added together could not compare to them. This new world was lucky enough to devour their origins to perfect itself. This opportunity could not be described as heaven-defying. If the world was divided by talent, then this new world was undoubtedly a true genius, and the one at the top. Feng Zichen wanted to sacrifice the three pure ones alive. He wanted to use everything of them to create a new big world to kill them. If he could really do this and turn the three pure ones into a supreme big world, then even if he could not really kill the three pure ones, his vitality would be greatly damaged. If their origins were turned into a big world, then even if they were resurrected, how much power would they have left? How much power would they be able to exert? The three pure ones without origins might still be unkillable, but without power, the threat they posed to Feng Zichen was undoubtedly countless times smaller. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen punched the three pure ones more and more frequently. He wanted to do his best to sacrifice the three pure ones alive. Feng Zichen's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Naturally, the situation of the three pure ones was getting worse and worse. Originally, even if the three pure ones were no match for the little Pangu, they should not have been so weak and been defeated in one move. However, who asked them to be injured before this? As a result, they could not fully exert their strength. The primeval Lord of Heaven lost his arm, the Grand Pure One was seriously injured, and only the Grand Master of Heaven was unharmed. Under such circumstances, the three of them joined forces, so their strength was naturally greatly reduced. This won't do. It seems that we still have to use that move. As the origin continued to flow, the three pure ones knew that they could not continue like this. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Therefore, the three pure ones looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. They were going to use the move that they did not want to use. The three pure ones merged and reenacted the primordial spirit of Pangu. This was a move that risked their lives. Because the price was too high, they would not use it unless they had no other choice. However, at this moment, the three pure ones had reached the moment of risking their lives. If they did not risk their lives, they would be gone. With a thought, the three pure ones were about to activate the Pangu imprint in their bodies and reenact the primordial spirit of Pangu. However, at this moment, an extremely dignified voice suddenly came from the depths of the chaos. Enough! As soon as he finished speaking, Tao ancestor Hong Jun's figure quietly appeared in front of everyone. Obviously, he was here to stop the war. This was the period of the calamity. Although Tao ancestor Hong Jun could not interfere with the primordial world, this place was not the primordial world, but the chaos outside the heavens. It was his territory, Tao ancestor Hong Jun's territory. Seeing Tao ancestor Hong Jun appear, Tai Yi and the other three stopped and retreated to the side. The three pure ones, who were suppressed by Feng Zichen, also let out a long sigh of relief and stopped using the Pangu imprint. Since the Tao ancestor had already appeared, they did not have to risk their lives. It was better not to use the method of reenacting the primordial spirit of Pangu, if they could. The moment the Tao ancestor appeared, 7 of them stopped fighting, but there were still 2 who did not stop. It was Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, he chose to ignore the existence of Tao ancestor Hong Jun and continued to attack the 3 pure ones. Why did he have to worry about the Tao ancestor? He was not a member of the celestial sect of wonders. Feng Zichen was very dissatisfied with the fact that Tao ancestor Hong Jun had taken sides last time. He wanted to use his own actions to vent his dissatisfaction. As for the fact that Tao ancestor Hong Jun was very strong, Feng Zichen chuckled at this. He had countless trump cards now, so he might not be afraid of Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Yes, that's right. Feng Zichen was arrogant. With the support of the little Pangu, he felt that he was invincible in the world and did not take Tao ancestor Hong Jun seriously at all. And he did have the confidence to do so. Ever since the boundless starry sky recovered, God Pangu could unleash the power of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. In other words, Feng Zichen already had the ability to fight against the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. And this was only the god Pangu in the boundless starry sky. He was already so strong. How strong would the Pangu Dharma idol that stood in the primordial world be? Feng Zichen had never tried it, but he knew that it was definitely stronger than the god Pangu in the boundless starry sky. This was his biggest trump card, his true life-risking move. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen had the confidence to run amok in the primordial world. This was all brought about by his powerful strength. Boom! An extremely powerful punch was thrown out of the little Pangu's hand towards the 3 pure ones who had gradually given up resisting because of the appearance of Tao ancestor Hong Jun. If this punch hit, the 3 pure ones would not be able to escape the fate of having their body shattered. Sigh. Seeing that Feng Zichen did not stop after he appeared, but became even more ferocious, Tao ancestor Hong Jun sighed. In a flash, he appeared directly under the little Pangu's fist. He pointed out and blocked the little Pangu's punch. Gaochen, Ziwei, stop. The current you are not a match for the poor way. Tao ancestor Hong Jun said as he gently forced the little Pangu back. To be honest, Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not want to interfere in this chaotic battle at first. However, after seeing the 3 pure ones in danger, he hesitated and chose to take action. After all, they were his disciples. Tao ancestor Hong Jun could not bear to see them get hurt. In the end, Tao ancestor Hong Jun was also a person. He had his own emotions and preferences. Therefore, he could not be fair and just. However, Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not hate this feeling, because only in this way did he know that his heart was still warm. He had not become the cold, heavenly Tao. Tao ancestor, if you want to save the 3 pure ones, take my move first. Feng Zichen was no exception to being forced back by the Tao ancestor. After all, the gap was there. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. They had not fought yet. How did he know that he would lose? Looking at Tao ancestor Hong Jun, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. He began to draw the power of the boundless starry sky. Suddenly, Zhouxing shone brightly. Boundless star power gathered and turned into a resplendent galaxy. It pierced through the chaos and poured into the little Pangu's body. In an instant, the little Pangu's divine apertures lit up. Shadows of gods appeared and interweaved with terrifying power. At this moment, a shocking transformation happened. The little Panga's power suddenly soared. He surpassed the primordial chaos realm and entered a new realm, the limitless Tao realm. Feeling the unimaginable power in his body, Feng Zichen thought for a moment and did not continue to draw the power of the primordial earth. To be safe, he should first test Tao ancestor Hongjun's quality and decide whether to continue increasing his power. Seeing the little Panga's change, Tao ancestor Hongjun nodded and said, "Not bad." Then he swung the horsetail whisk in his hand. A vast and unfathomable power erupted and directly swept the little Pangu away. An existence at the level of the limitless Daoyuo Jingxian couldn't even withstand a single move from Tao ancestor Hongjun. In midair, the little Pangu's body began to disintegrate. The starlight flowed back, and the bodies of Feng Zichen and the great emperor of Ziwei also appeared. They were not injured, but their eyes were filled with confusion. Feng Zichen knew how Tao ancestor Hong Jun defeated the little Pangu. However, it was because he knew that he was confused. Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not follow the routine. The moment he attacked, he directly used the power of heaven and earth. Who could withstand that? Normally, wouldn't the two sides first fight and realize that their strength couldn't defeat the other side before they started to use external forces? Chapter 760. But what was going on with Tao ancestor Hongjun? He used his ultimate move right from the start. He really caught Feng Zichen off guard. "Good fellow, I really learned something. I'll do the same in the future," Feng Zichen thought as he flew backward. Little Pangu's strength was already at the level of Daoyuo Jingxian. If Tao ancestor Hongjun used his own strength to fight little Pangu, even if he could defeat little Pangu, it would not be so easy. However, it was different if he used the power of the Way of the Heavens. Unlike saints who could borrow the power of the Way of the Heavens, Tao ancestor Hongjun had already merged with the Way of the Heavens because of the Tao integration. In other words, the power of the Way of the Heavens that he could mobilize was not a part, but all of it. In the primitive world, unless the real Pangu came back to life, no one would be a match for Tao ancestor Hongjun, who controlled the Way of the Heavens. Fortunately, in most cases, the Way of the Heavens controlled Tao ancestor Hongjun. And the situation of Tao master Hongjun controlling the Way of the Heavens would only happen under extremely rare circumstances. Coincidentally, the current situation was extremely rare. Sigh, Tao ancestor Hongjun is still so invulnerable. He doesn't give anyone a chance to test his strength. Feng Zichen thought silently as he stood firmly in the chaos. He did not think of defeating Tao ancestor Hongjun when he attacked him just now. He just wanted to use this opportunity to test his true strength. He did not expect Tao ancestor Hongjun to do things so flawlessly. He did not give him any chance to test him at all. He directly used the power of the Way of the Heavens and defeated little Pangu with one strike. Tao ancestor, are you going to protect the three pure ones? Feng Zichen asked Tao ancestor Hongjun from afar. He was hinting at Tao ancestor Hongjun to give him some benefits. Only then could he let the three pure ones go. Since Tao ancestor Hongjun had appeared, no matter what, Feng Zichen could not touch the three pure ones today. Since he was going to let them go anyway, he might as well take the opportunity to ask for some benefits. The Tao ancestor was a man of rules, especially after he merged with the Tao. Although he sometimes had some selfish motives, in most cases, he was still able to follow the rules. In this situation, it was not easy for him to suppress the three pure ones. Even Tao ancestor Hongjun would not let him release the three pure ones without paying a price. Was the Tao ancestor someone who bullied others? Obviously not, at least not on the surface. I'll give you the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth. I'll also give you this new world. Is this enough? After frowning and thinking for a while, Tao ancestor Hongjun said. Anyway, it wasn't his thing, so he wouldn't feel bad if he gave it away. Hearing this, Feng Zichen almost laughed out of anger. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth had already fallen into his hands. Whether the Tao ancestor gave it to him or not, it was his. Now that the Tao ancestor said that he would give the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda to him, wasn't it a little ridiculous? However, on second thought, Feng Zichen felt that something was amiss. Tao ancestor Hong Jun should not be such a superficial person. Then he understood what Tao ancestor Hong Jun meant. The Tao ancestor's word should mean to end karma. As long as Feng Zichen accepted the Tao ancestor's conditions, the karma of him snatching the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth would be over. In the future, the Grand Pure One would not be able to use this as an excuse to find trouble with him. That was because once the Tao ancestor opened his mouth, the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth would no longer have anything to do with the Grand Pure One. Thinking about it, the conditions were not bad. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth might not be enough, but with the addition of the New World, Feng Zichen was tempted. The New World was even vaster than the top-notch major Kiliacosm. Although it was not as good as the Heaven Realm now, it had the potential to become the Heaven Realm. The essence of the three Pure Ones was not devoured for nothing. As long as it was given enough time, it would definitely grow to the point where it could compare to the Heaven Realm in the future. However, it was precisely because this world had devoured the essence of the three Pure Ones that it had a very close connection with the three Pure Ones. Therefore, even if this world was created by Feng Zichen, he could not completely control this world. However, once Tao ancestor Hong Jun opened his mouth, this new world would be like the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth. It would completely have nothing to do with the three Pure Ones and completely belong to Feng Zichen. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen decided to agree to Tao ancestor Hong Jun's conditions. As a person, he had to know when to stop. He did not really suppress the three Pure Ones completely. They still had trump cards that they had not used. If he really forced them into a corner, the three Pure Ones would brazenly use their trump cards. Then, Feng Zichen would not be able to get anything. Tao ancestor, you're generous. Feng Zichen nodded and said. At the same time, with a thought, he removed the suppression on the three Pure Ones, allowing them to regain their freedom. Whoosh, a clear light flashed, and the three Pure Ones walked out of the New World. They did not look for Feng Zichen. Instead, they silently walked behind Tao ancestor Hong Jun and stood there without saying a word. Obviously, they also felt embarrassed to be suppressed by others. Feng Zichen released the three Pure Ones according to the agreement. So Tao ancestor Hong Jun would naturally do what he promised him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth suddenly trembled inexplicably. Then a divine light flashed, and Taoist Tai Ching, the self-corpse that the Grand Pure One had left in the pagoda, flew out and returned to the Grand Pure One's body. The last four divine restrictions at the core of the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth were also completely open to Feng Zichen. With a thought, he refined the four divine prohibitions. From now on, the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth would be surnamed Feng. It would have nothing to do with the three Pure Ones anymore. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In another place, the newly born Great World was also trembling. Mysterious threads were being severed one after another. Those were the threads of karma. When they were cut off, it meant that the karma between the three Pure Ones and this new world was disappearing. From now on, they would have no connection with this world. With a thought, Feng Zichen took out the broken arm of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and threw it into the new world as nutrients for its growth. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's face was extremely gloomy. He felt a surge of anger rising in his heart, wanting to burn the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. To the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, this scene was the most humiliating scene in his life. He would never forget it. At the same time, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's hatred for Feng Zichen rose to the extreme. However, he did not attack Feng Zichen. Under his extreme anger, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning strangely calmed down. He was not in a hurry to take revenge. Physical injuries could not cause any harm to Feng Zichen at all. Only by destroying what he cherished the most could he feel the pain from the bottom of his heart. Only in this way could the hatred in the heavenly Lord of primordial beginnings' heart be resolved. The human clan? Without a doubt, what Feng Zichen cherished the most was the human clan. Then he would destroy the human clan. At this moment, the extremely angry heavenly Lord of primordial beginnings secretly decided to destroy the human clan to complete his revenge on Feng Zichen. "Greetings, teacher." Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Dongwang Tai walked over and bowed to Dao Ancestor Hongjun. "It's Tai. Have you returned from the chaos? You're much faster than poor Wei thought." A smile finally appeared on Dao Ancestor Hongjun's face when he saw Tai. However, the meaning in his words was that not only did he know that Tai was not dead, but he also knew that he had gone to the chaos outside the realm. It was really surprising. "Thank you, teacher." Hearing this, Tai bowed again. It turned out that the reason why Tai had gone to the chaos outside the realm was secretly pushed by Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Back then, after the Chaos Bell protected Tai's true spirit, they wanted to return to the Sun Star to hide. However, Dao Ancestor Hongjun thought for a moment and secretly sent the Chaos Bell out of the primordial world. If he continued to stay in the primordial world, it would only cause Tai to be entangled in the mortal world and delay his cultivation. The Dao Ancestor cherished talent and did not want to see Tai fall, so he sent him out of the primordial world so that he could cultivate in peace in the chaos. After greeting everyone, the people of the celestial sect of wonders followed Dao Ancestor Hongjun to the Purple Cloud Palace. After greeting Feng Zichen, Goddess Hutu also left. Great Emperor Ziwei shook his head and returned to the boundless starry sky with a sigh. At this moment, only Feng Zichen was left in the vast chaos outside the heavens. It was not that he did not want to leave, but he walked slowly. Feng Zichen could not leave the new world in the chaos outside the heavens. He had to bring this world back to the primordial world. A vast world that was far more vast than the upper-class world was far heavier than imagined. Feng Zichen dragged it along, so his speed naturally slowed down. In this way, after rushing for hundreds of years in the chaos outside the heavens, Feng Zichen returned to the primordial world. After returning to the primordial world, things were much simpler. Feng Zichen summoned hundreds of Taoist priests and handed the new world to them so that they could pull the human race back. As for himself, he returned to the human emperor palace to cultivate in seclusion. Boom! In the void, Exanhor rose and emitted an astonishing power, distorting everything around it. After hundreds of years of cultivation, the destiny of the human race had completely recovered and reappeared in front of Feng Zichen. However, the 20% of destiny that had been taken away by the saint could not be recovered. Looking at the destiny of the human race that had been reduced by 1/5, Feng Zichen's face was full of pain. However, this pained expression only stayed on his face for a moment. When he saw the mysterious yellow pagoda in his hand, it disappeared completely. Instead, it was replaced by a smug smile. Exchanging 20% of the human race's destiny for the mysterious yellow pagoda, an acquired merit cardinal treasure, was a profitable deal no matter how one looked at it. Go! Collecting his thoughts, Feng Zichen held his breath and focused. Suddenly, he activated the mysterious yellow pagoda and sent it into the destiny of the human race. Rumble. At this moment, the destiny of the human race shook violently, setting off terrifying waves that almost overturned the roof of the human emperor palace. At the critical moment, Feng Zichen activated the human Dao Emperor seal in time to suppress the rampaging destiny of the human race. Just as the destiny of the human race was shaking, the mysterious yellow pagoda was affected and its form also changed, gradually transforming from a real object to an illusory one. After Feng Zichen stabilized the destiny of the human race, the mysterious yellow pagoda also completely became an illusory object, looking like a complete shadow. Refine. At this moment, Feng Zichen used a secret technique and activated the Dao fire, refining the shadow of the mysterious yellow pagoda into the destiny of the human race. The price of destroying the mysterious yellow pagoda was too great, and Feng Zichen could not bear it. Therefore, he simply integrated the mysterious yellow pagoda into the destiny of the human race, turning it into the treasure of destiny of the human race. In this way, Feng Zichen would no longer have to worry about someone shaking the destiny of the human race. If the mysterious yellow pagoda could not be broken, the destiny of the human race could not be touched. And if the mysterious yellow pagoda was broken, there was no need to touch the destiny of the human race. Under the wrath of the heavenly Tao, it was enough to blast the existence that broke the mysterious yellow pagoda into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. On this day, the torch flame jumped and suddenly turned into the appearance of the mysterious yellow pagoda. Seeing this, Feng Zichen was slightly delighted. It was done. The mysterious yellow pagoda had been completely integrated into the destiny of the human race. After sensing it carefully for a while, one could find that the destiny of the human race did not increase much after it was integrated into the mysterious yellow pagoda. However, there were many more balls of light inside the mysterious yellow pagoda. The mysterious yellow pagoda was divided into 9 levels. The first 8 levels were distributed with balls of light of different sizes. Those balls of light were none other than the destiny of the human race. After merging with the destiny of the human race, the mysterious yellow pagoda became the Tower of Destiny. The destiny of the human race would be projected into the mysterious yellow pagoda, turning into balls of light of different sizes. According to their strength, they were respectively thrown into the 8 levels of the mysterious yellow pagoda. The stronger the destiny of the person, the higher the level. At the top of the mysterious yellow pagoda, there was only one ball of light on the 9th level of the pagoda. It was larger and brighter than the other balls of light. At the same time, it was more noble. It quietly hung at the top of the mysterious yellow pagoda, but it emitted an aura that was respected by all races. This was the Human Emperor Tao fruit. The complete Human Emperor Tao fruit. After the destiny of the human race was completely integrated with the mysterious yellow pagoda, Feng Zichen used the 10% of the merit of splitting the sky as a medium to summon the complete Human Emperor Tao fruit from the human Tao. As soon as the Human Emperor Tao fruit was born, it hung high at the top of the mysterious yellow pagoda, shedding endless light. What a great Human Emperor Tao fruit! After praising, Feng Zichen let go of his mind and directly escaped into the mysterious yellow pagoda. He was about to pluck the Human Emperor Tao fruit and become a true Human Emperor. Logically speaking, it should be easy for Feng Zichen to become the Human Emperor now. After all, he had obtained the mysterious yellow pagoda and had the protection of 10% of the merit of splitting the sky. 10% of the merit of splitting the sky was enough to become a saint, let alone a human emperor. However, the reality was that people often like to say no to self-righteous people. Feng Zichen's mind rushed all the way to the 9th level of the mysterious yellow pagoda. He was about to pluck the Human Emperor Tao fruit, but at this moment, an accident happened. No matter how hard he tried, he was still a little bit away from the Human Emperor Tao fruit. He could not touch it. In an instant, Feng Zichen's face darkened, because he knew that there was a problem with the human race. Otherwise, he would have touched the Human Emperor Tao fruit. Chapter 761. How could this be? With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen suddenly looked at the human clan. In the past few years, the human clan had always been under his control, and there should be no problems. But now, the reaction of the Human Emperor's Tao fruit clearly told him that the human clan was not as peaceful as he had imagined. Did something happen when I was in the war in outer space? With a thought, Feng Zichen figured out what the problem was. Recently, he was not in the human clan when the war in outer space was in chaos. The rest of the time, he was in seclusion in the Human Emperor Palace. If something happened to the human clan, there was no other possibility except during this period of time. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's divine consciousness surged out and enveloped the entire human clan territory in the blink of an eye. At this moment, everything that had happened in the human clan territory in the past 100 years was clearly reflected in his mind. Tisk, TSK, no problem. It seems that I still underestimated the saint. After carefully going through his memory, Feng Zichen did not find any problems. At this time, he had to admire the saint's methods. He was really meticulous in his work, and no one could find any clues. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to the countless balls of light in the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. That was the fate of all living beings of the human clan. Although the future trajectory of all living beings could not be seen from these balls of light, the strength of their luck could be seen. With a thought, the luck of all the people in the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda was reflected in Feng Zichen's mind. First, Feng Zichen did not find any problems. Then, he was unwilling to give up, so he went through it again and again. On the 6th time, Feng Zichen finally found the problem. He found that some of the human clan's luck, although not very high, had some kind of connection with the innate spirit treasure. Now, that was interesting. As the saying went, the higher the luck, the better the luck, and the higher the probability of obtaining the innate spirit treasure. Conversely, it was the same. Those who had higher luck than them could not obtain the innate spirit treasure. Why were these people with lower luck fated with the innate spirit treasure? It would be strange if there was no problem. With a thought, Feng Zichen went through the memories of the human territory for nearly 100 years. After comparing them with the memories of these people with abnormal luck, he found an interesting fact. These people were all born during this period of time. Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting. Seeing this, Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile. The methods of the saints were becoming more and more untraceable. Today, if he hadn't accidentally obtained the black and yellow pagoda of heaven and earth and turned it into the Tower of Providence of the human race, he would have had the ability to detect the strength of the providence of the masses. In that case, Feng Zichen might have been deceived by the saint. No, that was not right. He had been deceived by the saint. It was only because of the appearance of the mysterious yellow pagoda that Feng Zichen accidentally discovered the sage's plan. This was the benefit of having high providence. It had to be said that the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth was indeed a treasure with 10% of the merit of creation. It had given Feng Zichen such a big surprise as soon as he got it. I wonder if the 3 pure ones will be so angry that they will vomit blood when they find out that the reason why I was able to see through their plan was all thanks to the help of the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen laughed inexplicably. In his mind, he had already imagined the expressions of the 3 pure ones. They must be very aggrieved. Amidst the laughter, Feng Zichen suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed toward the outside world. After a burst of distortion in the void, a figure appeared in front of Feng Zichen. This was the one who was closest to him among those with abnormal luck. Feng Zichen grabbed him and pulled him over. Feng Zichen did not say anything, nor did he give that person time to react. With a thought, he froze that person's space-time. Then his divine thought surged out and directly poured into that person's sea of consciousness. Well, nothing unusual. Feng Zichen's divine thought circled around that person's sea of consciousness and found nothing unusual. And this was the biggest anomaly. If there was nothing unusual, how could this person have a connection with the innate spiritual treasure? Break! After scanning that person's sea of consciousness again, Feng Zichen suddenly raised the mark of the Great Path between his eyebrows. That was the real name given to him by the Great Path. It had indescribable power and was the most mysterious and mysterious. A purple light flashed between Feng Zichen's eyebrows, and the mark of the Great Path appeared. Suddenly, an inexplicable sound of praise came from heaven and earth, as if countless gods had appeared and praised Zichen's name in unison. That was the real name given to Feng Zichen by the Great Path. It had unfathomable power. Rumble. The mark of the Great Path appeared, and an incomparably noble aura erupted. It was vast and mighty. exuding a power that could destroy all illusions. Crack, crack, under the majesty of the great path, that person's sea of consciousness suddenly shattered. It was actually unable to withstand this power. It was also at this moment that a wisp of endless power was forced out by the power of the great path from the shattered fragments of the sea of consciousness. This power had no source or end. It was immortal and indestructible, neither increasing nor decreasing. It was eternal and unique. Under the majesty of the great path, it was not destroyed. Instead, it resisted it. From this power, Feng Zichen felt a familiar aura. It was the power of the path of reincarnation. This kind of endless and unique characteristic that could barely resist the power of the great path was also in line with the conditions of the power of reincarnation. With a thought, Feng Zichen used the power of reincarnation that he had. When the Six Paths of Reincarnation disc was first born, Feng Zichen had obtained a portion of its power. Although it was only a small portion, it was enough for Feng Zichen to use the power of reincarnation. And this was something that even the Lady of Earth did not know. Boom, boom, boom. The aura that belonged to the path of reincarnation was emitted from Feng Zichen's body. Under the support of the great path imprint, it suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by more than 100 times. Of course, it was only the aura that soared. His own power did not soar by much. This move was good for scaring people, but if he really fought, he would be exposed. Boom! Under the support of the great path imprint, the reincarnation aura on Feng Zichen's body already had a trace of the embryonic form of the path. At this moment, he seemed to have become the incarnation of the path of reincarnation. After sensing the aura on Feng Zichen's body, the surrounding power of reincarnation surged into Feng Zichen's body like swallows returning to the forest. Soon, the surrounding power of reincarnation dissipated. Without the cover of the power of reincarnation, the true scene in that person's sea of consciousness appeared in front of Feng Zichen without any concealment. What he saw was a slumbering, innate true spirit. Boom! A majestic divine thought surged out and directly enveloped the innate true spirit. Soon, everything about him appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. The reincarnation of the ancient Tai Taoist Lord. After knowing the origin of that person, Feng Zichen's expression finally changed. Then he secretly caught a few problematic humans and examined them carefully. The results were no different from the previous person. They were also the reincarnation of the ancient Taoist Lord. Next, there was no need to investigate. Those problematic humans were probably the reincarnation of the ancient experts. Moreover, Feng Zichen believed that these problematic humans were not only the reincarnation of the ancient Taoist lords, but also the reincarnation of the ancient Taoist priests, mighty figures, and even the reincarnation of the great medium. The three pure ones are going to mess up the foundation of the human race. The three pure ones' methods are really unbelievable. They can actually bypass the Lady of Earth and forcefully interfere with the six paths of reincarnation. How terrifying! Shaking his head, Feng Zichen said solemnly, "These people were the pawns of the saints." He was not surprised. It could even be said that he had expected it. However, while these people were the pawns of the saints, they were also the reincarnations of the ancient Taoist lords. This surprised Feng Zichen. It was impossible for the Lady of Earth not to inform the human race of such an expert reincarnated into the human race. No, more accurately, the Lady of Earth would not let these ancient experts reincarnate into the human race at all. The human race and the witch race were allies. The Lady of Earth had no reason to stab the human race in the back. Moreover, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was still in the Netherworld. If the Lady of Earth really did that, she would not be able to hide it from him. There was nothing unusual with the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, and the Lady of Earth did not inform him. That meant that the Lady of Earth did not know about this. Just this point alone was terrifying. The three pure ones actually had the ability to hide from the Lady of Earth's perception and use the six paths of reincarnation. What kind of terrifying power was that? If he could not figure out the origin of this power, Feng Zichen felt that he would not be able to sleep well. With a thought, Feng Zichen contacted the ghost emperor of Fengdu and asked him to go to the Hall of Reincarnation to ask the Lady of Earth. From Feng Zichen's point of view, the Lady of Earth most likely did not know about this. Otherwise, she would not have not informed the human race. However, it did not matter if she did not know. Since he already knew the outcome, it would not be difficult to deduce what method the three pure ones had used to hide from the Lady of Earth perception and forcefully activate the 6 paths of reincarnation. After informing the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu to head to the Hall of Reincarnation, Feng Zichen looked at the heaven-earth mystic yellow pagoda again. He was thinking about how to treat the reincarnations of these ancient experts. Now, although they were still loyal to Feng Zichen, as they became stronger and their memories of their previous lives slowly recovered, they would gradually walk away from Feng Zichen and fall into the embrace of the saint. At that time, they would become enemies with Feng Zichen. Don't say anything about roping them in, because it was meaningless. From the moment they were born, they were destined to stand on the same side as the saint and become enemies with Feng Zichen. These ancient powerhouses had long fallen in the ancient times. Even their innate true spirits had been shattered. They were deader than dead. It was the three pure ones who used their supreme power to condense their innate true spirits again. They also arranged for them to reincarnate into the human race and revive them. They gave them a chance to start over. This was the grace of rebirth. They could only repay it with their lives. If they did not want to die, they could only throw themselves into the embrace of the saint and become enemies with Feng Zichen. There is no point in roping them in other than wasting his breath. That was because their lives belonged to the three pure ones from the beginning. As for joining the saint, was it considered betraying the human race? What a joke. What did joining the saint have to do with betraying the human race? Couldn't the human race go to the saint's sect to learn the Tao? One had to know that even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had once cultivated under the saint. Not to mention, the human race who cultivated the immortal path did not know how to fight back. Could it be that they had betrayed the human race? If they joined the saint, even if they betrayed the human race, the huge human race would not need the saint to plot against them. They could directly fall apart. As long as these reincarnated experts still recognize their identity as the human race, then their betrayal of Feng Zichen and joining the saint could at most be said to be a rebellion, not a betrayal of the human race. Why could Feng Zichen become the human emperor, but we can't? Was it because he was born a level higher than us? Man can conquer the heavens. Kings, generals, and ministers would rather have the guts. The emperor took turns to sit. This year was my turn. Rebellion, uprising, that was probably the case. It was estimated that the saint's purpose of letting these ancient experts reincarnate into the human race was to rebel against Feng Zichen. The current human race was already out of their control, and they could not take it back. Since that was the case, they might as well reshuffle the human race's forces, set things right, and lead everything back on the right track. If these ancient experts reincarnated into the human race could overthrow Feng Zichen's rule, then not only would the 3 pure ones successfully prevent Feng Zichen from becoming the human emperor, but they would also take the opportunity to regain control of the human race. Moreover, as these ancient powerhouses assimilated into the human race, their luck naturally assimilated into the human race as well. In this way, the luck of the human race would skyrocket. The 3 pure ones would also control a stronger human race. If these ancient experts' reincarnations were unable to overthrow Feng Zichen's rule, they would be defeated by him. That was fine. With the 20% of a human race's luck in their hands, coupled with these ancient experts' reincarnations, the 3 pure ones could also achieve the goal of dividing the human race and weakening the human race's strength. It had to be said that the 3 pure ones' plan was shrewd. In any case, they would not be at a disadvantage. As for their plan, Feng Zichen did not have a good way. What could he do if his subordinates wanted to rebel? Could Feng Zichen restrain everyone's ambitions? Feng Zichen did have a way to curb their ambitions. But if they had no ambition, they would have no goal to strive for. How could they work hard to cultivate? This was not in line with Feng Zichen's original intention to strengthen the human race. Therefore, not only could he not curb their ambitions, but he also had to find a way to breed their ambitions. Only with a strong ambition would one be able to use the motivation to climb up and work even harder to cultivate. Sigh, 3 pure ones, you've really given me a big problem. Feng Zichen sighed with an inexplicable expression. He waved his sleeve, and the black-yellow pagoda of heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently. Then he saw that the luck inside began to merge. Soon, 9 karmic positions were born, exuding a mysterious aura. This was the human king karmic position, just like the 9 kings in the ancient times. It was born from Feng Zichen's luck of the human race. However, unlike the 9 kings in the ancient times, the kings born from the luck of the human race were not Daluo, Taoist priests, but saged to be mighty figures, or even stronger. Chapter 762. Combined. Feng Zichen looked at the 9 newly born human king karmic thrones and suddenly guided them to crash into the 9 cauldrons in the depths of the earth. Rumble. At this moment, the 9 cauldrons vibrated and their power suddenly increased by several times. The seal that the saint had placed on them suddenly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the 9 cauldrons reappeared and the boundary of the 9 states reappeared. A faint light screen appeared in the sky above the human territory and enveloped the entire human territory. At this moment, the foreign cultivators who had sneaked into the human territory while the boundary of the 9 states was broken and the immortal dragon city had yet to appear were instantly in danger. Rumble. Thunder boomed in the sky above the human territory. Lightning snakes danced in the sky, shooting out billions of tribulation lights that crashed down on the human territory. In an instant, countless screams were heard. Those with ulterior motives who were hidden in the human territory and were detected by the boundary of the 9 states were all targeted by the tribulation light. They were struck into ashes and did not even have the chance to reincarnate. Rumble. While the boundary of the 9 states was targeting the foreign cultivators, the immortal dragon city suddenly rose and released a huge amount of power to firmly seal off the human territory and completely cut off the human territory from the outside world. At this moment, only people could enter the human territory. Those foreign cultivators who could not escape the human territory and were detected by the boundary of the 9 states had no other choice but to die under the tribulation light. In a human territory, the tribulation light lasted for several months before it slowly subsided. At this moment, although not all of the spies that the foreign cultivators had planted in the human territory had been eliminated, at least 99% of them had been eliminated. Now it seems that the human territory is much cleaner than before. Looking at the current state of the human territory, Feng Zichen could not help but nod in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the 9 king karmic thrones. At this moment, the 9 king karmic thrones had merged with the 9 cauldrons. Each king karmic thrones corresponded to 1 cauldron. 9 king cauldrons. After merging with the 9 cauldrons, the 9 king karmic thrones had also undergone a transformation. Originally, the 9 king karmic thrones could only exert the power of a sage-to-be. But now, with the support of the 9 cauldrons, the 9 kings karmic rank could already exert the power comparable to that of a powerful medium. In other words, as long as Feng Zichen was willing to bestow the 9 karmic titles to others, the human tribe would have 9 more powerful divines in an instant. From this, one could see how strong the human race's providence was. However, Feng Zichen did not do so. He waved his big sleeve and suddenly sent out a strong wind, which actually shattered the 9 kings karmic rank. With a boom, the 9 kings karmic rank exploded into 810 pieces. Every fragment was emitting a mysterious aura. If a human cultivator were to obtain it and refine it, they would instantly possess the power of the half-step Daluo Taoist priests. If someone could collect all 9 fragments, then they would have power comparable to the Daluo Taoist priests. If someone could collect all 36 fragments, then they would have the power comparable to that of a sage-to-be. If someone could collect all 90 fragments, then they would directly become the human king karmic rank and possess the power comparable to that of a powerful medium. Of course, if someone could collect all the fragments of the human emperor karmic rank, which was 810 fragments, then they could challenge Feng Zichen and compete with him for the position of the human emperor. In short, the more fragments of a human king karmic rank one possessed, the stronger one's strength would be. Go! With a thought, Feng Zichen threw all 810 fragments of the human king karmic rank out toward the human tribe territory. Out of the human emperor palace, the fragments of the human king karmic rank immediately changed as soon as they came into contact with the chi of the mortal world. They could become magic treasures, Taoist scriptures, divine abilities, living beings, or even miraculous elixirs. In short, there was nothing that the fragments of the human king karmic rank could not change. Whoosh, a breeze blew, and the fragments of the human king karmic rank that had changed their appearance disappeared directly. They were hidden in various parts of the human tribe, waiting for the destined ones. 3 pure ones. You are forcing me to raise venomous insects. Looking at the disappearing fragments of the human king karmic rank, Feng Zichen said helplessly. The purpose of releasing these fragments of the human king karmic rank was to raise venomous insects. He would let the geniuses of a human tribe compete with each other and finally choose 9 invincible human kings. When he fought with the North Sea Demon tribe last time, Feng Zichen had already noticed that the human tribe was getting worse with each generation. This would not do. The human tribe had not yet stood at the peak of the untainted land. Each generation should be stronger than the previous one. How could they be getting weaker and weaker? This was a sign of the weakening of the tribe. With worries in his heart, Feng Zichen began to search for the reason why the human tribe was weakening. At first, Feng Zichen thought that the situation of the human tribe was caused by the worsening environment of heaven and earth. But after several investigations, he found that it was not the case at all. The human tribe was the race with the strongest adaptability. The worse the environment, the more potential the human tribe could stimulate and accomplish all kinds of incredible feats. This was the case in ancient times, and it was also the case in the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It did not make sense that the strength of the younger generation of the human tribe was getting worse with each generation. After repeated investigations by Feng Zichen, he finally confirmed that it was not that the young people of the human tribe were not good enough, but that they were living too comfortably. In ancient times, the human tribe was only at the bottom of the untainted land. They were weak and could face a life-and-death crisis at any time. Therefore, all the clansmen of the human tribe were cultivating desperately in order to obtain great strength to protect their clansmen. During the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, although the human tribe was already very powerful, they were still surrounded by external enemies. The innate 10,000 clans were eyeing them covetously and could pounce on them at any time. Therefore, the human tribe still did not dare to slack off at this time. They cultivated desperately to obtain great strength and contribute to the glory of the human tribe. But since King Yu, the human tribe had been invincible. They searched all over the untainted land, but could not find a worthy opponent. Without a target to chase and suppress, the young people of the human tribe naturally slacked off. In the past, they cultivated to protect the human tribe. Therefore, they pursued battle strength over realm. But now they cultivated to obtain longevity. Therefore, they pursued realm more than battle strength. Their goals were different. In this way, how could the young people of the human tribe not become weaker and weaker? At this moment, what Feng Zichen wanted to do was to rectify the cultivation atmosphere of the human tribe and force the young people to stop slacking off and work hard. The human king karmic throne fragments were prepared for this. Did you think that the human king karmic throne fragments turned into all kinds of opportunities for them to find? Wrong. Very wrong. The treasures turned into by the human king karmic throne fragments would randomly appear on the reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe and be completely bound to them. Of course, because of the uniqueness of this group of people, The treasures turned into by the human king karmic throne fragments would not be refined by them. They were bound to them, but could not be used by them. In other words, these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were equivalent to the storage of the human king karmic throne fragments. If the rest of the human tribe wanted to obtain the treasures turned into by the human king karmic throne fragments, there was only one way, and that was to kill these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe. Well, to put it more vividly, these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were equivalent to the bosses of later games, and the human king karmic throne fragments were equivalent to the equipment dropped after killing the bosses. In this way, Feng Zichen's plan this time could be said to be a real-life virtual game. The young people of the human tribe were the players, and the reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were the bosses of the game. However, the difference between this game and virtual reality was that if someone died here, they would die for real. There was no doubt that the reincarnations of ancient experts were far stronger than their peers. It would not be easy for the younger generation of the human race to defeat them. They would have to put in 100 or 1,000 times more effort to do so. Even so, they might not be able to defeat the other party. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to give some help to the young people of the human tribe so that they would have the capital to fight against the ancient experts. For example, he would give each of them a resurrection token so that they would have a chance to start over again. People's potential was forced out. Sometimes, if people did not force themselves, they would not know where their limits were. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to force these young people of the human tribe to see where their limits were. He believed that with the pressure of the reincarnated ancient experts, the young people of the human tribe would definitely work hard to cultivate and reproduce the attitude of the ancient humans of the human tribe to cultivate at all costs. As for not finding trouble with the reincarnated ancient experts and hiding in their own places to cultivate, was that possible? Feng Zichen had already said that he wanted to force the young people. So how could he give them a chance to slack off? If the young people did not go, then Feng Zichen had plenty of ways to force them to go. For example, in the name of heaven and earth, he could secretly reduce their lifespan. Either they would die of old age at home, or they would die without a doubt, or they would fight with the reincarnated ancient experts for a chance of survival. There were always more ways than difficulties. Feng Zichen, who had been oppressed by the capital of the later generations, had plenty of ways to torture those young people. The means of capital had always been cruel and bloody. In order to let the young people of the human tribe cheer up, become motivated, and have a goal, Feng Zichen had also put in some effort. He thought that if the clansmen knew that their human emperor had secretly done so many things in order to motivate them, they would definitely be moved to tears. A complete plan gradually appeared in his mind, but Feng Zichen did not implement it immediately. He had to make some preparations in advance to avoid any mistakes. However, before making these preparations, Feng Zichen still had a few things to do. He took out the Zichen sword and said to the Kuanping ancestor inside, "Fellow Kuanping, you are free." After saying that, Feng Zichen released the Kuanping ancestor's innate, indestructible, true spirit. The treasures formed by the human king's karmic attainments would randomly appear on the reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe and be completely bound to them. Of course, because of the uniqueness of this group of people, the treasures formed by the fragments of the human king would not be refined by them. They were bound to them, but they could not be used by them. In other words, these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were equivalent to the storage of the fragments of a human king's karmic attainments. If the rest of the human tribe wanted to obtain the treasures formed by the fragments of the human king's karmic attainments, there was only one way, and that was to kill these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe. Well, to put it more vividly, these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were equivalent to the bosses in the later games, and the fragments of the human king's karmic attainments were equivalent to the equipment dropped after killing the bosses. In this way, Feng Zichen's plan this time could be said to be a real-life virtual game. The younger generation of the human tribe was the players, and those reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were the bosses in the game. However, the difference between this game and virtual reality was that if someone died here, they would die for real. Those reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were undoubtedly far stronger than their peers. If the younger generation of the human tribe wanted to defeat them, it would not be easy. They would have to put in hundreds or thousands of times more effort. Even so, they might not be able to defeat the other party. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to give some help to the younger generation of the human tribe so that they would have the capital to fight against the ancient experts. For example, he could give each of them a resurrection token so that they would have a chance to start over again. A person's potential was all forced out. Sometimes, if one did not force himself, he would not know where his limits were. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to force these young people of the human tribe to see where their limits were. He believed that with the pressure of those reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe, the younger generation of the human tribe would definitely work hard to cultivate and reproduce the attitude of the ancient human tribe when they were willing to risk everything to cultivate. As for not finding trouble with those reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe and hiding in their own territory to cultivate, was that possible? Feng Zichen had already said that he wanted to force the young people. So how could he give them a chance to slack off? If the young people did not go, then Feng Zichen had plenty of ways to force them to go. For example, he could use the name of heaven and earth to secretly reduce their lifespans. Either they would die of old age at home, or they would die without a doubt, or they would fight with the reincarnated ancient experts and obtain a chance of survival. There were always more ways than difficulties. Feng Zichen, who had been oppressed by the capital of the later generations, had plenty of ways to torture those young people. The means of capital had always been cruel and bloody. Sigh. In order to let the young people of the human tribe cheer up and become motivated and have a goal, Feng Zichen had also put in some effort. He thought that if his people knew that their emperor had secretly done so many things in order to motivate them, they would definitely be moved to tears. They would definitely be. He gradually had a complete plan in his heart, but Feng Zichen did not implement it immediately. He had to make some preparations in advance to avoid any mistakes. However, before making these preparations, Feng Zichen still had a few things to do. He took out the Zichen sword and said to the Kunpeng patriarch inside, "Fellow Kunpeng, you are free." After saying that, Feng Zichen released the Kunpeng patriarch's innate, indestructible, true spirit. Chapter 763. The shocking words that came out of Feng Zichen's mouth made Patriarch Kunpeng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. However, this was also a matter of a moment. After all, he was an emperor. After a short period of shock, Patriarch Kunpeng regained his composure. He said with a bitter smile, "Fellow Taoist Zichen, don't tease poor Wei. I hope you can tell me what exactly happened." Seeing Patriarch Kunpeng like this, Feng Zichen did not have the mood to tease him and told him the reason for the return of the Eastern Emperor Tai. "I see. I didn't expect the heaven-splitting treasure to have such an effect. It can protect the owner's true spirit. Tai is really a great creation." Patriarch Kunpeng said enviously after knowing the truth that Tai was not dead. The heaven-splitting treasure was indeed the most powerful Dharma treasure in the primordial world. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, if you have the time to admire the power of the Bell of Chaos, why don't you think more about how you are going to deal with fellow Taoist Donghuang now that he has returned? Seeing that Patriarch Kunpeng was still admiring the power of the Bell of Chaos, Feng Zichen could not help but shake his head and say something. Unexpectedly, Patriarch Kunpeng, who was still full of fear earlier, was full of confidence at this moment, as if he was not afraid of the Eastern Emperor at all. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Although the Eastern Emperor is strong, as long as poor Wei hides in the North Sea, he can't do anything to poor Wei," Patriarch Kunpeng said confidently with a wave of his hand. Hearing that, Feng Zichen thought for a while and thought of the terrifying existence that he had sensed in the depths of the North Sea in the past. Back then, the strength of that existence was already infinitely close to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Now, if nothing unexpected happened, he should have already stepped into this realm. The evidence was Patriarch Kuan Peng's current performance. If not for the fact that there was an expert behind him who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eastern Emperor, how could Patriarch Kuan Peng be confident that he would not be afraid of the Eastern Emperor's revenge? North Sea, North Sea. There was a great terror in the depths of the North Sea. There was an expert who was comparable to the sacred beast Black Tortoise. He was an expert who had walked his own Dao. He was of the same generation as Dao ancestor Hongjun. It's good that fellow Daoist is confident. However, there's one more thing that I would like to remind you of. Fellow Daoist, you must be careful of Ancestor Hongyun. When he saw Ancestor Rock being so confident, Feng Zichen couldn't help but remind him. What? Ancestor Hongyun? What happened to him? Could it be that he was resurrected as well? But how is that possible? How could the two saints of the West allow him to be resurrected? Hearing the name of Ancestor Hongyun, Ancestor Kuan Peng was shocked and asked, "That's right. If I'm not wrong, Ancestor Hongyun should have been revived by the three pure ones. Therefore, fellow Daoist, you have to be careful when you do things in the future. Otherwise, you might be targeted by others." Feng Zichen nodded and said, he wasn't trying to scare Patriarch Kuan Peng, but it was the truth. Reviving the experts from the Antiquity Age was one thing. Reviving Ancestor Hongyun was another. Since they had used the 6 paths of reincarnation disc at all costs, how could the three pure ones only revive some experts from the Antiquity Age? Of course, it would be to maximize the benefits and revive some other people. For example, Ancestor Hongyun or Dong Wanggong. After reviving Ancestor Hongyun, Zhen Yuanzi, who was originally on Feng Zichen's side, would naturally turn around and return to the saint's side. In order to repay the karma of his revival, Ancestor Hongyun would definitely stand on the same side as the three pure ones. Moreover, with the revival of Ancestor Hongyun, the three pure ones would have one more way to counterbalance the two saints of the West. With the revival of Ancestor Hongyun, the one who would suffer the most was definitely not Ancestor Kuan Peng, but the two saints of the West. The karma of becoming a saint would definitely be a headache for the two saints of the West. They would be the biggest obstacle to stopping Ancestor Hongyun's revival. It was no wonder that Ancestor Kuan Peng's first reaction when he heard that Ancestor Hongyun had been revived was that the two saints of the West would not allow him to be revived. Wasn't that creating trouble for himself? Reviving Ancestor Hongyun was killing 2 birds with 1 stone for the three pure ones. Therefore, while reviving the experts from the Antiquity Age, they wouldn't mind reviving Ancestor Hongyun at the same time. As for the feelings of the two saints of the West, since the beginning of time, the three pure ones had never cared about the feelings of the two saints of the West. Reviving Dong Wanggong was also a big move by the three pure ones. Their purpose was similar to reviving Ancestor Hongyun. Reviving Dong Wanggong was equivalent to winning over the Queen Mother of the West. Furthermore, if Dong Wanggong grew up, he could be used to restrain Dong Wangtai. Alright, even if he couldn't restrain Dong Wangtai, he could be used to restrain Hao Tian. After all, he was the leader of all the male immortals in the world and had the status of heaven and earth. Reviving the two of them was equivalent to winning over 2 of the most powerful great mediums in the Eldritch Land. The three pure ones could be said to have profited greatly from this deal. Hiss, you really didn't lie to poor Wei? Looking at Feng Zichen's solemn expression, Ancestor Kuan Peng could not help but gasp. This was because he knew that Feng Zichen was not joking. It was true. Ancestor Hongyun had really been revived. At this moment, Ancestor Kuan Peng finally started to panic. He was not afraid of Dong Wang, but with Zhen Yuanzi and Ancestor Hongyun, his life would be in danger. My friend Kuan Peng, even I can't help you with this matter. However, although I can't help you, I know that your only way out is in the netherworld. That's the only place where someone can protect your life. You should understand what I mean. After scaring Ancestor Kuanpung for a long time, Feng Zichen finally pointed out a way for him to survive after seeing his terrified expression. The Netherworld. At this moment, under the threat of Dongwang Tai, Jin Yuanzi, and Ancestor Hong Yun, even Ancestor Hun Ming could not save Ancestor Kuanpeng's life. However, with the help of Goddess Hutu, it was possible. Moreover, Goddess Hutu was not the only one in the Netherworld. Ancestor Mingyi was also in the Netherworld. Back then, Ancestor Kuanpeng was not the only one who killed Ancestor Hong Yun. Ancestor Mingyi was also there. To be precise, without Ancestor Mingyi's two innate killing swords, Ancestor Hong Yun might not have died. After Ancestor Hong Yun came back to life, if he wanted to take revenge, he would not only look for Ancestor Kuanpeng, but also Ancestor Mingyi. It could even be said that Ancestor Hong Yun hated Ancestor Mingyi more than Ancestor Kuanpeng. After all, there was hatred between Ancestor Hong Yun and Kuanpeng. However, there was no hatred between him and Ancestor Mingyi. Ancestor Hong Yun was killed for no reason. One could imagine how much Ancestor Hong Yun hated Ancestor Mingyi. The Netherworld. After muttering silently, Patriarch Kuanpeng replied, "I understand what you mean, fellow Taoist. If things don't work out, I don't mind making a trip to the Netherworld." Ancestor Kuanpeng said it casually. However, when he said it, he struggled in his heart. It was not difficult for him to ask Ancestor Mingyi for help. However, as the monster master of the monster race, it was not easy for him to ask for Goddess Hutu's protection. This was also the reason why the monster race of the North Sea did not become enemies with the sorcerer race. Otherwise, Ancestor Kuanpeng would not have asked for help from Goddess Hutu. If he really became enemies with the sorcerer race, he would not have lived until now. During the battle between the sorcerer race and the monster race, the moment Ancestor Kuanpeng escaped, Goddess Hutu would have killed him. As there was no hatred between them, she let him go. "Sai, my friend, I'll take my leave." After sighing, Ancestor Kuanpeng clasped his hands at Feng Zichen. With a leap, he turned into a huge golden rock and disappeared in front of Feng Zichen. If Ancestor Kuanpeng wanted to ask for Goddess Hutu's protection, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. However, what did that have to do with Feng Zichen? He chose his own path. Who asked Ancestor Kuanpeng to walk on a narrow path? One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Ancestor Kuanpeng could only blame himself for ending up in such a situation. He could not blame anyone else. Hong Yun Dong Wang Gong. 3 pure ones, your methods are getting better and better. After Ancestor Kuanpeng left, Feng Zichen looked at the river of time and space with his Dharma eye. As expected, he did not find any traces of Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wang Gong. It was as if the two of them had never appeared in the primordial world. There were no traces of them in the river of time. Obviously, the traces of their existence had been secretly taken away by the 3 pure ones and became the basis for their resurrection. That was the bad thing about the great divine ability. They did not necessarily need a true spirit to resurrect them. As long as a thought still existed or a memory was left in the world, they could be resurrected. Such a person was really too difficult to kill completely. There was a deep reason why the 3 pure ones chose to resurrect the 2 of them. Apart from attracting the 2 top existences, Xinyuanzi and the Queen Mother of the West, it was more to target the human race. Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wang Gong were probably the 3 pure ones' last resort to deal with Feng Zichen. The 20% of a human race's fate that was taken away by the Grand Pure One would also be used on the 2 of them. That was because the 2 of them could replace Feng Zichen and become the new human emperor of a human race. If other great divine ability reincarnated into the human race, they would not be recognized by the human race's fate, even if they were extremely talented. Then, they would not be able to become the human emperor of the human race. However, Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wang Gong were different. Their identities were simply too special. Firstly, it was Ancestor Hong Yun. The first Khanate cloud in the primordial world achieved Tao and was the first blessed true immortal in the primordial world. His fate could be seen from the fact that he was the only one who could obtain the Hongmeng purple cloud among the great divine ability. If not for his good-natured personality, he would have formed too many karma and would have been killed. Otherwise, he would have been one of the sages. Such an identity was indeed special, but it did not have much to do with the human race. However, although Ancestor Hongyun himself did not have much to do with the human race, his Taoist field had a lot to do with the human race. As the first blessed true immortal in the primordial world, Ancestor Hongyun's Taoist field was naturally extraordinary. It was the Fire Cloud Cave, which was ranked first among the 36 caves in the primordial world. It was also the place where the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race lived in seclusion. When Ancestor Hongyun died, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors used his Taoist field. Naturally, nothing happened. However, after Ancestor Hongyun was revived, the matter became serious. At any time, it was not a small matter to occupy someone else's house. Moreover, this was the primordial world, where everyone lived with dignity. Unless the human race could return the Fire Cloud Cave to Ancestor Hongyun, the karma between the human race and Ancestor Hongyun would be serious. However, it was impossible for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to move out of the Fire Cloud Cave. After so many years, the Fire Cloud Cave had become the sacred land of the human race under the bathing of the human race's fate. How could they give it away? The sacred land of the human race was related to the fate of the human race. There was no reason to give it away, even if the sacred land used to be someone else's home. It was not that the human race was overbearing, but it was the truth. If there was anyone to blame, they could only blame Ancestor Hongyun, who asked him to die. As a result, he lost his Taoist field. However, even so, the human race had occupied Ancestor Hongyun's Taoist field and formed a karma between them. If Ancestor Hongyun were to reincarnate into the human race, with the support of the Fire Cloud Cave, he would be qualified to fight for the position of the human emperor. After so many years, Ancestor Hongyun would return to the Fire Cloud Cave as the human emperor. In this way, the human race would obtain Ancestor Hongyun's fate, and Ancestor Hongyun would be able to return to the Fire Cloud Cave. The karma of the human race occupying the Fire Cloud Cave would be resolved with a happy ending. This was a way to get the best of both worlds. This was the sage's plan. However, no one knew if Hongyun would become the human sovereign, the sovereign of earth, or a pawn of the sages, the human sovereign son of heaven. As for Dong Wanggong, this was the alternative plan of the 3 pure ones. If Ancestor Hongyun and Feng Zichen failed to fight for the position of the human emperor, the 3 pure ones could immediately push Dong Wanggong to continue fighting for the position of the human emperor with Feng Zichen. Ancestor Hongyun relied on the Fire Cloud Cave to be qualified to fight for the position of the human emperor. However, if Dong Wanggong wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, it would be much easier. If he wanted to fight, he could do so without the approval of the human race's fate. In other words, if he wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, the human race's fate would approve of him. There was no other reason other than Dong Wanggong's identity was too special. He was an innate divine being nurtured by the innate Tao of Yang. Just like Dijun, Tai, and Hao Tian, he was the natural emperor of the Eldritch world. At the same time, he was the leader of all the male immortals in the world. With such an identity, it was enough to go to the celestial emperor, not to mention fighting for the position of the human emperor. Therefore, the human race's fate had no reason to reject Dong Wanggong, who had the aura of an innate divine emperor, if he wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor. After all, no matter how strong the human race's fate was, it could not be stronger than heaven and earth. It was restrained by heaven and earth and was inferior to it. An innate divine emperor represented heaven and earth and carried out the will of heaven and earth. The human race's fate could not and could not resist. Unless the human race could replace the heavenly court and become the orthodox celestial emperor of the Eldritch world, they could not reject the entry of an innate divine emperor. To be honest, under normal circumstances, an innate divine emperor joining the human race was definitely a great thing for the human race. Feng Zichen also welcomed it. This meant that soon, the human race would have an earth-shattering supreme emperor. Chapter 764. However, how could Feng Zichen welcome someone like Teng Wang-kung, who had joined the human race with ulterior motives? Who knew if he was here to become the supreme human emperor or the human emperor's son of heaven? If Teng Wang-kung became the human emperor and turned to the saint, wouldn't the efforts of Feng Zichen and the previous human emperors be in vain? After the 5 emperors, the human race no longer needed human emperors from other races. There were countless heroes in the human race. Couldn't they pick out 1 or 2 human emperors? Did they need to borrow people from other races? It was ridiculous. Hong Yun, Teng Wang-kung, since the 2 of you have chosen to be enemies with the human race, don't blame me for being ruthless. Please die again. At this moment, thinking of the saint's plan, Feng Zichen couldn't help but want to kill the 2 of them. He couldn't kill the saint, but couldn't he kill 2 great mediums? However, although the 2 of them were going to die, it wasn't now. They still had value. Feng Zichen needed to use them to sharpen the human race, stimulate the fighting spirit of a younger generation of a human race, and implement the concept of man conquering nature. For this reason, before their value was exhausted, Feng Zichen wouldn't touch them. However, he couldn't just let them do whatever they wanted. He had to find some trouble for them. Since the 3 pure ones had made a move, how could Feng Zichen not fight back? In addition, this wasn't a turn-based game. Without the restriction of the 3 pure ones making a move, Feng Zichen could only retaliate with 1 move. He could retaliate with many moves. For example now, with a thought, Feng Zichen suddenly released his divine consciousness and swept toward the Zifu state in the EC. The Zifu state, which had made Feng Zichen flinch in the past, was now like a powerless baby in front of him, unable to resist. As soon as Feng Zichen released his divine thought, it covered the entire Zifu state. However, the remaining Dao marks in the Zifu state didn't react at all. The gap was too big. The current Feng Zichen was much stronger than the Dongwang Tai and Dongwang Gong back then. How could the battlefield they left behind shake Feng Zichen? With a thought, everything that happened in the Zifu prefecture was reflected in Feng Zichen's heart. Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile when he saw the familiar ball of light in the center of the Zifu prefecture. Never would I have expected that item to still exist. I'm afraid that Dongwang Tai hasn't had the time to rush back here. As for the 3 pure ones, how could they have expected that after Tai killed Dong Huang Gong, he didn't choose to take away his origin and instead left it behind? The ball of light that Feng Zichen was familiar with was naturally Teng Wang Kung's innate origin, the innate yang origin. Back then, Feng Zichen had used its power to cultivate a powerful divine power, the innate divine light of extreme yang. For this reason, he had a deep impression of it. If it weren't for the feelings of the Queen Mother of the West and the fact that he was afraid of getting involved with Teng Wang Kung, Feng Zichen would have taken it away quietly. However, he didn't expect that the tiger would harm the human heart, even though the human didn't have the intention to hurt the tiger. Considering the feelings of the 2 of them, Feng Zichen didn't touch the innate origin left behind by Teng Wang Kung after his death. However, he didn't expect that his kindness wouldn't lead to a friendship between the 2 of them, but the news that they were enemies of the human race. His kindness had been treated as ill intent, and his flirtatious eyes were thrown at a blind man. F*CK, Feng Zichen was about to explode with anger. If he had known that this would be the result, he would have taken away the innate yang origin long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. However, it wasn't too late now. Now that he wanted to deal with Teng Wang Kung, he needed this item. The reason why Dongwang Tai left Teng Wang Kung's innate origin was that he wanted to cultivate it into a new innate god fiend so that he could compete with Teng Wang Kung and prevent him from achieving the Tao. This plan was of course excellent, but now it seemed that this plan had undoubtedly failed. This was because after so many years, This ball of innate young origin didn't even show signs of developing intelligence, let alone taking on a human form. It was still struggling desperately, fighting against the means left by Dong Wang Tai, waiting for the return of its master, Tung Wang Kung. It had been nearly 100 million years since Feng Zichen last saw the innate yang origin. After such a long time, the innate yang origin had lost a lot of its power in the struggle against the seals set by Dong Wang Tai. Compared to the first time Feng Zichen saw him, he was much weaker. But it had to be said that after so many years of training, although the innate yang origin was much weaker, it was undoubtedly more condensed. An endless mysterious aura bloomed from its body, which was fascinating. It was no exaggeration to say that whoever refined this innate yang origin could reach the great perfection of sage to be in an instant. Of course, only the realm could reach this level. Its power was far from enough. At most, it could let one have the power of Daluo Taoist priests. After all, when Tung Wang Kung died, he was only in the late stage of sage to be. The innate yang origin he left behind could let one reach the great perfection of sage to be, which was already heaven-defying. If it could let one have the power of sage to be in the great perfection, it would not be heaven-defying, but unreasonable. After so much power was used up, it was already very exaggerated that the innate yang origin could let one have the power of Daluo Taoist priests. But for a monk, the realm was undoubtedly more important than the power. Power could be slowly accumulated over time, but the realm could not. It required an opportunity, and the innate yang origin was an opportunity. And it was an opportunity that could let one directly reach the great perfection of sage to be. If this news spread out, it would probably make the Daluo Taoist priests and many sage-to-be experts in the untainted world go crazy. But Feng Zichen did not care about this. His focus was more on the origin of this ball of innate yang origin. It was the origin left behind by Tung Wang Kung after he died. In other words, it came from the same origin as Tung Wang Kung. It could even be said that it was another Tung Wang Kung. If Tung Wang Kung got it, not only could he recover his power immediately, but he could also go one step further. However, Tung Wang Kung had no hope of getting this innate yang origin, because Feng Zichen was going to make a move on it. In Feng Zichen's view, this innate yang origin was simply a sharp weapon to deal with Tung Wang Kung. As long as he had it, no matter what Tung Wang Kung did, Feng Zichen could arrange it properly. To be honest, a long time ago, Feng Zichen felt that Dong Wang Tai's way of thinking was wrong. If it were him, he would not think of cultivating this innate yang origin into a Khanate god fiend. Instead, he would directly refine it and make it into an incarnation. This was much simpler and safer than cultivating a Khanate god fiend. It was difficult to cultivate a Khanate god fiend. Even if he was lucky enough to succeed, he would have to worry about the possibility of it betraying him. What if it turned into friendship with Tung Wang Kung and became brothers? Even if the probability was very small, he had to guard against it. But if he cultivated an incarnation, he would not have such worries. His external incarnation was him. How could he betray himself? It was not necessarily that Dong Wang Tai did not think of it. Maybe he was not willing to do so. After all, Feng Zichen was not an orthodox Khanate god fiend. He was a postnatal creature. For this reason, he thought differently from the orthodox Khanate god fiends. The Khanate god fiends that were born of the Khanate earth cared about the purity of their origin the most. How could they let an outsider's Khanate origin contaminate their pure origin? After a powerful person obtained the enemy's Khanate origin, he would refine it into a Khanate spiritual treasure. This was also the reason why there were so many Khanate spiritual treasures in the primordial world. A Daluo Taoist priest's origin could be refined into a Khanate spiritual treasure. Daluo Taoist priests were immortal and indestructible. One could obtain a Khanate spiritual treasure every time they were killed. According to this calculation, in theory, a Daluo Taoist priest could be turned into countless Khanate spiritual treasures. There was nothing wrong with this. Of course, No Dayuo Taoist priest would be so miserable. Just like Di Jun's resurrection of Tai, he did not use so many Khanate origins himself. Instead, he spent a lot of effort to trace them back to their origin before giving them to Tai to use. His goal was to maintain the purity of the origin. Feng Zichen was different. As a postnatal life form, as long as it was beneficial to his body, he dared to refine it no matter what it was. He did not care about the purity of the origin at all. This was very pragmatic. Of course, the Dongwang Tai did not refine the Khanate Yang origin because he did not like it. How could someone as arrogant as Tai touch an outsider's Khanate origin? It was good that Tai did not refine it. Wouldn't this benefit Feng Zichen? If Tai had refined this ball of Khanate Yang origin, how could Feng Zichen have the chance now? With a thought, Feng Zichen raised the human Dao imperial seal and directly took away the ball of Khanate Yang origin. During this time, he did not encounter any resistance. Perhaps there was resistance. It was just that under his invincible power, he could not feel that weak resistance. How could a human feel the resistance of an ant? Buzz, buzz, buzz. After doing all this, Feng Zichen raised the human Dao imperial seal again and used the power of the chaos bead to erase all traces he'd left behind. This way, even if the Dongwang Tai came here, he would only find that the Khanate Yang origin was gone. He would not know who had taken it. Within the chaos bead, Feng Zichen's divine consciousness surged out, enveloping the Khanate Yang origin and extending toward its core. Such a large movement naturally awakened the mark that the Dongwang Tai had left in the Khanate Yang origin to monitor its movements. The figure of a majestic emperor slowly appeared. However, after the emperor appeared, before he could speak, Feng Zichen's divine consciousness crushed him into pieces. Even if the Dongwang Tai himself came, he might not be Feng Zichen's match. Not to mention this was a mark he'd left behind before he'd attained Dao. Naturally, it collapsed at the first touch. When one's strength reached Feng Zichen's level, refining an avatar was not as troublesome as before. He only needed to brand his true spirit mark on it to declare success. And with the power of the Khanate Yang origin, it could not resist Feng Zichen. Therefore, Feng Zichen quickly finished imprinting his true spirit mark on it. Feng Zichen could not help but smile when he sensed that a great life was being nurtured in the innate Yang origin. From now on, you are Tung Wang Kung. That's right, Feng Zichen named his new avatar Tung Wang Kung. He wanted to use this avatar to seize everything of Tung Wang Kung and completely replace him. The relationship between Tung Wang Kung and the Khanate Yang origin could be described as two sides of the same coin. They were originally one. Feng Zichen's avatar was refined from the Khanate Yang origin, so there was nothing wrong with calling it Tung Wang Kung. Tung Wang Kung was a Taoist name in an honorable position. Since the real Tung Wang Kung had fallen, everything related to him could inherit this honorable position. Tung Wang Kung's origin had taken form and inherited Tung Wang Kung's Taoist name. This was a kind of inheritance in itself. There was no problem. The way of the heavens also recognized it. As for whether the real Tung Wang recognized it or not, he had to appear. The current Tung Wang Kung had already reincarnated into the human race. He was a postnatal creature. Before he got rid of his identity as a human, he could not use the name Tung Wang Kung. Reincarnating into the human race meant that he had temporarily given up his identity as Tung Wang Kung. This was originally nothing because it was originally his. When the time came, it would naturally return to him. However, Tung Wang Kung would never have dreamed that when he reincarnated into the human race and temporarily gave up his identity as Tung Wang Kung, another him would appear out of nowhere and inherit everything of Tung Wang Kung, becoming the new Tung Wang Kung. No, it was not new. The origin was the same. How could it be called new? In the eyes of everyone, they would only think that Tung Wang Kung had returned from the tribulation, not that someone was impersonating him. When Feng Zichen's plan was completed, his clone would be the real Tung Wang Kung. He would inherit Tung Wang Kung's luck, karma, hatred, connections, and everything. And the real Tung Wang Kung would become a member of the human race. Because his identity was all inherited by Feng Zichen, The three words Tung Wang Kung had nothing to do with him. He no longer had a previous life. This life of the human race was his new beginning. This was called taking drastic measures. If Tung Wang Kung wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, then let him fight for it. Feng Zichen did not care at all, because he had already erased Tung Wang Kung from the root and completely replaced him. When Tung Wang Kung reached the end and suddenly looked back, he would find that his past had been replaced by another him. That scene would be very exciting. Becoming an enemy of the human race. It would be the biggest nightmare of Tung Wang Kung's life. He would not die, but his ending would be worse than death, because he would no longer be himself. After arranging Tung Wang Kung's future, Feng Zichen looked at Ancestor Hongyan. After thinking about it, he did not have a good way to deal with him. After all, this person really had karma with the human race. After thinking about it again and again, Feng Zichen finally decided to let Ancestor Mingyi deal with Ancestor Hongyan. There should be a conclusion to the karma between the two. Putting aside the matter of Ancestor Hongyan, Feng Zichen pondered for a moment and took out a blood-red altar. Chapter 765. The blood altar was a treasure that Feng Zichen had specially built to revive the fallen masters of the human clan. After countless years, the masters of the human clan who had died in the ancient demon clan's massacre, except for those who had died in the hands of Di Juntai, had almost all been resurrected by him. What kind of cultivation did Di Juntai have? He was a figure who could fight with a sage before he achieved Tao. How powerful were they? Even a sage-to-be master would have his true spirit shattered after being hit by them, and it would be difficult for him to return. Not to mention those masters of the human clan who had not yet become Daluo Taoist priests. Their physical bodies, spiritual souls, and true spirits had all been smashed into smithereens by the hands of Emperor Juntai. They had completely vanished in a thin air. Even the traces of their existence had almost been completely erased. Feng Zichen was too powerful, and Di Juntai could not erase his memory, so he remembered the existence of these heroes of the human clan. Otherwise, these heroes of the human clan would have been completely forgotten by the world and buried in history. The humans who were qualified to be killed by Di Juntai might not be much in the untainted world, but they were definitely the top existences in the human clan. They were the most powerful masters of the human clan under the 9 kings. Each of them was half a step away from the Daluo Taoist priest's realm, and each of them had transformed into an innate fiend god body. They were the mainstays of the human clan. They were also the earliest innate fiend gods of the fiend god path. If they had not died in that battle, they would be at least Daluo Taoist priest's realm now. Unfortunately, they had died, and they had died miserably. The traces of their existence had almost been completely erased. Now, the only evidence that could prove their existence was the memories in Feng Zichen's mind. Logically speaking, these people were not Daluo Taoist priest's realm, and their true spirits could not be immortal. It was almost impossible for them to be resurrected after dying to such an extent. Anyway, the blood altar couldn't do it. Although the blood altar's effects were heaven-defying, not everyone could be revived. There were conditions for it to revive living beings. It needed the blood essence or true spirit left behind when it was alive. At the very least, a strand of fresh blood would do. However, these heroes of the human clan didn't leave anything. No matter how strong the blood altar was, if it couldn't meet its requirements, it couldn't make a person appear out of thin air. In theory, these human heroes were completely dead, and there was no possibility of resurrection. However, Feng Zichen was simply too powerful. With the memory in his mind, he distorted the boundary between reality and illusion, causing them to overlap. He actually reflected the heroes of the human race that only existed in his memory in reality. Under Feng Zichen's power, the traces of those human heroes who had disappeared long ago slowly reappeared. Everything was going back on the right track. Then, after countless years of nurturing, their true spirits slowly reunited. Now, at this moment, it was almost time for these human heroes to return. Originally, Feng Zichen planned to resurrect them in their peak state, and then send them to the Realm Sea to gain experience and conquer thousands of worlds in order to find an opportunity to break through the Daluo Taoist priest realm. But now, with the turmoil of the human clan, Feng Zichen changed his mind. He wanted to leave these human heroes in the Eldritch world and let them reincarnate into the human clan to start all over again. The younger generation of the human clan might not be a match for the reincarnated ancient experts, but the reincarnation of these human heroes definitely could. This was because they had already completed an incredible transformation in ancient times. They had transformed from ordinary postnatal living beings into innate god fiends. Perhaps some of the ancient experts who had reincarnated into the human race had been killed by the heroes of the human race. It was really hard to say. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In Feng Zichen's hand, the blood altar suddenly operated. Rays of blood-red light bloomed from it, illuminating the entire void and illuminating an eerie and ominous atmosphere. Then, many illusory figures were projected from the blood altar and landed on the land of the human race. These shadows were the heroic spirits of the ancient human heroes. Now, they had left the blood altar and rushed to the human clan's land to be reincarnated into the human clan. Since they were the ancient human heroes, their treatment was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. The process of their reincarnation was all arranged by Feng Zichen. They didn't need to go through the 6 paths of reincarnation. After the human heroes arrived on the human clan's land, they didn't enter their mortal bodies. Instead, they stayed in the air and merged with the surrounding innate qi. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky, Zhouxing trembled inexplicably. Starlight hung down and matched with the human heroes, helping them to condense their bodies. Feng Zichen wanted them to be born as innate humans. They were already innate gods and heroes of the human clan. It would be too much to ask them to start over as innate gods and demons. Therefore, Feng Zichen arranged for them to be innate humans. A higher starting point was entrusted with Feng Zichen's good wishes for them. He wished them to achieve even greater things. Right, innate life forms weren't enough. Feng Zichen even drew upon the power of Zhouxing and bestowed them with star fate. Born as innate humans, this identity could be said to be the top innate spirits, second only to innate gods and demons. My fellow Taoists, your resurrection this time is to witness the beginning of your glory. If you are interested in the position of human king, do your best to take it in your hands and fulfill the unfulfilled dream of the ancient times. Become a supreme human king. Looking at the human heroes who were condensing their bodies, Feng Zichen looked at them expectantly for a while before slowly looking away. To them, Feng Zichen was always a little different. After all, they were all his fellow Taoists. They had grown up together, struggled together, and fought side by side with each other. Now, it was a kind of comfort to be able to see them again. After making arrangements for his former fellow Taoists, Feng Zichen didn't take back the blood altar. Instead, he placed it in the void and fiddled with it seriously. He was going to resurrect a big guy. No, that wasn't right. He was trying to resurrect an incomparably ancient existence. Or rather, he planned to summon the mark of that incomparably ancient existence and see if he could replace it, just like his incarnation had replaced Tung Wangkong. The existence that Feng Zichen wanted to resurrect was incomparably ancient and noble. Its origin could be traced back to the beginning of the world. Its name was Yin-Yang Ancestor. It was born at the beginning of the world and was an innate saint born from the Tao of Yin and Yang. Its antiquity was beyond imagination. It was the first batch of living beings born after the primordial world was born. Although it wasn't the first to be born like Tao ancestor Hongjun, it was still one of the top 10 living beings born in the primordial world. The Tao of Yin and Yang, the principles of movement and stillness, the wonders of Taiji, its Tao contained everything and contained all living beings. As an innate saint born from the Tao of Yin and Yang, the power of Yin-Yang Ancestor could be imagined. However, very few people in the primordial world knew about such a powerful existence like him. Everything about him was covered up by someone with great magic power. The reason was that Yin-Yang ancestor was dead. His innate, indestructible true spirit was shattered by the demon ancestor Luo Ho's immortal slaying 4 swords, and all traces of him were destroyed. At the same time, the demon ancestor Luo Ho used the destiny of the demonic path to suppress the Yin-Yang ancestor's true spirit fragments, completely cutting off his possibility of resurrection. It was possible to resurrect the Yin-Yang ancestor as long as the destiny of the demonic path was broken. However, how difficult was it to break the destiny of the demonic path? This was something that was almost impossible. As the saying goes, if evil thoughts were not eliminated, the demonic path would exist forever. Unless the primordial world was destroyed, the demonic path would never be destroyed. It might be weakened, but it would never be destroyed. The Yin-Yang ancestor's innate, indestructible true spirit was suppressed by the destiny of the demonic path and would never have the chance to escape. It was equivalent to completely perishing. Of course, in order to suppress the Yin-Yang ancestor, the demon ancestor Luo Ho had paid a price. After completely suppressing the Yin-Yang ancestor, the demonic path permanently lost part of its destiny. This was also the reason why the demonic path could never prosper. Destiny was not complete. Even if it did, it could not last long. The Yin-Yang ancestor could force the demon ancestor Luo Ho to pay such a huge price to completely kill him. It was clear how much the demon ancestor hated him. How could he not hate him for destroying his sect? The Yin-Yang ancestor was not only the oldest innate saint in the primordial world, but he was also one of the founders of the celestial Tao of the celestial sect. His position in the celestial sect was second only to the Hongjun ancestor, and he was the second most important person in the celestial sect. In the early primordial era, when the chaos of the primordial beast had just passed, the 3 oldest innate god fiends, Tao ancestor Hongjun, Tao ancestor Yin-Yang, and Tao ancestor Qianquan, practiced the celestial Tao together on Mount Yujing and opened the celestial sect. At that time, feeling the power of the 3 innate god fiends, a group of innate god fiends chose to become their followers. And this was the original celestial sect. These 3 people, Tao ancestor Hongjun, Tao ancestor Yin-Yang, and Tao ancestor Qianquan, were also called the 3 founders of the celestial Tao by the disciples of the celestial sect. In the great war of the immortals and demons at the end of the primordial era, it was the Yin-Yang ancestor and Tao ancestor Qianquan who joined forces to break through the gates of the demonic path. They overturned Mount Meru and destroyed the foundation of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. It was because of this that the demon ancestor Luo Ho hated the 2 of them to the core and wanted to completely kill them at all costs. One of the 3 founders of the celestial sect, one of the 2 best friends of Tao ancestor Hongjun, and one of the people the demon ancestor Luo Ho hated the most. This kind of background was indeed astonishing. However, that was not the reason why Feng Zichen wanted to revive him. Feng Zichen's motive for reviving the Yin-Yang ancestor was very simple. It was to deal with the Grand Pure One. More accurately, it was to plot against the Grand Pure One's heaven-opening treasure, the Taiji painting. It was not enough to snatch the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Feng Zichen also wanted to snatch the Taiji painting from the Grand Pure One. Since he could not kill the Grand Pure One, Feng Zichen planned to teach the Grand Pure One an unforgettable lesson so that he would know that the human race was not so easy to plot against. He believed that the loss of the Taiji painting would definitely be remembered by the Grand Pure One for the rest of his life. That idea was indeed good, but it was almost impossible to snatch the Taiji painting from the Grand Pure One. The Grand Pure One was not made of clay. How could he allow the Taiji painting to be snatched away? Moreover, the Taiji painting had been in his hands for so long. It had long been refined by him to the point of being sentient. Just like that, if the Taiji painting could still be snatched away by outsiders, the Grand Pure One might as well commit suicide. It was too embarrassing. Although that was the case, nothing was absolute. To others, it was impossible to snatch the heaven-opening treasure, the Taiji painting, from the Grand Pure One's hands. However, it was not necessarily the case for the Yin-Yang Patriarch. That was because the original owner of the Taiji painting, one of the three heaven-opening treasures, was the Yin-Yang Patriarch. It could even be said that the Taiji painting was the Yin-Yang Patriarch's lifelong treasure. After all, the Yin-Yang Patriarch was one of the greatest Khanate saints. He was directly nurtured by the origin of the world. It was not strange that he was accompanied by the Taiji painting. After the Yin-Yang Patriarch died, Tao ancestor Hongjun took away the Taiji painting and gave it to the Grand Pure One not long after. With this karma, the Yin-Yang Patriarch had the right to snatch the Taiji painting from the Grand Pure One. No, that cannot be called snatching. It should be said that it was returning to its owner. That was the right way to put it. The Taiji painting was originally the Yin-Yang Patriarch's item. Now that he had taken it back from the Grand Pure One, it was returning it to its owner. It cannot be said that he had snatched it. Moreover, if the Yin-Yang Patriarch went against the Grand Pure One, no matter how selfish Tao ancestor Hongjun was, he would not do anything to him. There was also karma between the two of them. At most, they would not help either side. This plan was very feasible. In the void, the blood altar was operating crazily. Rays of blood light swept out and entered the primordial world, collecting the aura left behind by the Yin-Yang Patriarch. As the blood altar operated, the Khanate Yin-Yang Qi floating above the altar became clearer and clearer. This Khanate Yin-Yang Qi came from the Yin-Yang Patriarch. Feng Zichen asked for it from the ancestral Graygon. He did not know where he got it from. Perhaps the ancestral Graygon also wanted to replace the Yin-Yang Patriarch and then use it to plot against Tao ancestor Hongjun. However, in the end, when he saw that he could not revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch, he gave up on this plan. The fact that the ancestral Graygon could not do it did not mean that Feng Zichen could not. This was not because he was more outstanding than the ancestral Graygon, but because he had someone in the demon sect, the ruins of the end and the mental demon, the new sect master and grand elder of the demon sect. In other words, the first and second leaders of the demon sect were Feng Zichen's men. If not for that, he was not confident that he could revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch. If he could revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch with the blood altar alone, he would be underestimating the means of the demon ancestor Rahu. Completely killing was not just a matter of words. If he wanted to revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch, he had to use special methods. Seeing that the Khanate Yin-Yang Qi on the blood altar was not increasing, Feng Zichen knew that the blood altar had reached its limit. At this time, he had to use other methods. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen contacted the ultimate void and the mental demon, letting the two of them shake the destiny of the demon sect. Chapter 766. In the ultimate ruins, Gui, Su, and mental demon, who were in seclusion to comprehend the demon Tao, suddenly opened their eyes after receiving Feng Zichen's instructions. They each used their full strength to shake their portion of the demon sect's providence. Rumble. At this moment, the demon sect's providence shook. In the demon sect, there were many mountains and demon ancestor Rahu was still alive. Therefore, even though Gui, Su, and mental demon were the sect master and great elder of the demon sect, they could not control all of the demon sect's providence. However, the two of them together already controlled as much as 50% of the demon sect's providence. 50% was half. In other words, unless the remaining members of the demon sect joined forces, no one in the entire demon sect would be able to shake the power of the two. Rumble. One could imagine the changes brought to the demon sect when 50% of the demon sect's providence shook. Almost instantly, all the demon sect experts woke up and used their powerful strength to try to suppress the rebellion of the providence. Two powerful forces collided in the unknown void, and the terrifying fluctuations that burst forth caused the demon sect's providence to shake even more violently. At a certain moment, under the intense struggle between the two sides, the demon sect providence was suddenly torn apart and directly divided into two. Half belonged to the demon sect, led by demon ancestor Rahu. The other half belonged to the sky demon sect, led by Gue, Su, and mental demon. The moment the demon sect's providence was torn apart, a flaw suddenly appeared in the indelible seal in the deepest part of the demon sect. Although that flaw disappeared in the blink of an eye, it was quickly repaired. However, that 1/1000th of a second was enough for Feng Zichen to seize the opportunity. Almost at the same time, the power that Feng Zichen stored in the blood altar, which was enough to revive a half-step primordial chaos expert, disappeared. At that moment, the blood altar suddenly shook, and its entire body emitted a dense blood light that could not be dissipated. With this guidance, an extremely small fragment of the true spirit flew out of the seal of the demon sect's providence and landed on the blood altar. This was the true spirit fragment of the yin-yang ancestor. Normally, Tao ancestor Hongjun, as the #1 expert in the primordial world, would naturally sense the appearance of the yin-yang ancestor's connate, indestructible, true spirit fragment. There was almost no concealment. However, Tao ancestor Hongjun had also lost control of the primordial world and could not sense the appearance of the yin-yang ancestor's true spirit fragment. To others, the heavenly Tao hiding from the world was just losing the ability to deduce the heavenly secrets. But to Tao ancestor Hongjun, it was losing control of the world. This was the price of Tao unification. It was the same as the Tao. Tao integration brought so many benefits to Tao ancestor Hongjun. So how could there be no price? This was the Tao of heaven's Tao. As for the demon ancestor Rahu, logically speaking, he should have sensed such a huge change in the demon sect providence at the first moment. Unfortunately, in order to break through to the peerless zenith heaven golden immortal realm, fiend ancestor Rahu had gone to the outer realm chaos and completely lost contact with the primordial world. He was God's sense. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen had the guts to plot against the yin-yang ancestor. Otherwise, he would take the risk of provoking the two most powerful existences in the primordial world to plot against the Grand Pure One. He dared to do this because he was confident. After obtaining the yin-yang ancestor's connate true spirit fragment, Feng Zichen used all his strength to destroy the yin-yang ancestor's consciousness in the fragment. He had spent so much effort not to resurrect the yin-yang ancestor, but to impersonate him. If he accidentally resurrected the yin-yang ancestor, Feng Zichen would be a fool. Boom! A majestic divine thought surged out and directly refined the yin-yang ancestor's connate, indestructible, true spirit fragment. After all, the yin-yang ancestor's background was noble and ancient. However, when he died, his cultivation was only half a step into the primordial chaos realm. Compared to Feng Zichen, who was infinitely close to the seventh heaven of primordial chaos, there was still a huge gap. Therefore, under Feng Zichen's power, the yin-yang ancestor's connate true spirit fragment had no chance to resist. Almost instantly, the consciousness was destroyed by Feng Zichen and replaced with his own. Very good. Feng Zichen could not help but nod when he felt that he had completely grasped the fragment. Then his figure flashed, and he came to the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, where the merit of creation was. He had only refined a fragment of the connate true spirit. It could only be said that he had completed the first step to replacing the yin-yang ancestor. He was still far from success. A fragment of the connate true spirit was nothing. At least, he had to condense the yin-yang ancestor's connate true spirit. And this was where the real trouble lay. As the fragment of the connate true spirit continued to transform into a complete true spirit, more and more imprints of the yin-yang ancestor would gather in the process. If things went wrong, Feng Zichen's operation this time would be a wedding dress for the yin-yang ancestor, and he would be truly revived. But how could Feng Zichen allow this to happen? He deliberately chose the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda to revive the yin-yang ancestor. He wanted to use the power of the merit of creation to find out what was wrong. He might make a mistake alone, but with the merit of creation, there was no way he could make a mistake. If the yin-yang ancestor had the ability to hide from Feng Zichen and the merit of creation, he would not have died at the hands of the demon ancestor Luoho. Boom! The blood altar operated again. The yin-yang ancestor's connate true spirit fragment in the center of the altar recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Feng Zichen made a series of hand seals and inserted his true spirit imprint into the fragment. At the same time, he also wiped out the yin-yang ancestor's will that was surging in from the outside. As the fragment of the true spirit grew, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into Feng Zichen's consciousness. It was the memories of the yin-yang ancestor. At the same time, this action also showed that Feng Zichen was gradually replacing the yin-yang ancestor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the side, the merit of creation suddenly trembled and rippled with circles of purple brilliance, enveloping Feng Zichen. Inexplicably, the barrier between Feng Zichen and the yin-yang ancestor's true spirit completely disappeared. At this moment, he was the yin-yang ancestor, and the yin-yang ancestor was him. Not to mention Dao ancestor Hongjun, even the yin-yang ancestor would not be able to distinguish the real from the fake. The merit of opening the heavens was just that powerful. Just as Feng Zichen was replacing the yin-yang ancestor step by step, a dispute suddenly broke out in Kunlun Mountain. Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? Are you really planning to force us two martial brothers to have a falling out with you all? In the Jade Mirage Palace, Saint Jiayin, who had always been merciful, showed a rare expression of anger and asked the three pure ones aggressively. Behind him, Saint Juanti also looked angry. He stared at the three pure ones with hatred and looked like he would attack at any moment. They were really angry. They had never been so angry before. It had always been them stabbing others in the back. They did not expect to be stabbed in the back today. That's right, Juanti and Saint Juanti knew that Ancestor Hong Yun had been resurrected. Such a big thing could not be hidden at all. Of course, the three pure ones did not want to hide it. Seeing that the two of them were angry, Saint Taiching frowned and explained, "Fellow Taoists, don't be angry. The poor way is doing this for your own good." However, it would have been better if he did not say it. Once he did, Saint Juanti exploded. For our own good, resurrecting fellow Taoist Hong Yun is also for our own good? In that case, shouldn't the two of us thank you properly, fellow Taoists? Saint Juanti jumped out from behind Saint Jia-yin and said sarcastically, "Junior brother, shut up." However, before the three pure ones could speak, Saint Jia-yin, who was beside him, reprimanded him. Compared to Saint Juanti, Saint Jia-yin calmed down after hearing Saint Taiching's words. He retreated with Saint Juanti and bowed to Saint Taiching. He asked, "Eldest senior brother, what you said about resurrecting fellow Taoist Hong Yun is for our own good. May I know where the word good comes from?" Seeing that Saint Jia-yin was polite, Saint Taiching could not continue to tease him. He explained, "The poor way observes that the two fellow Taoists from the West have been trapped in fellow Taoist Hong Yun's karma for a long time and can't escape. Therefore, the poor way intends to use this opportunity to help the two fellow Taoists end the karma between them and fellow Taoist Hong Yun in one fell swoop." Hearing that, Saint Jia-yin asked respectfully, "Why do you say that?" Saint Taiching smiled and continued, "The karma between the two of you and fellow Taoist Hong Yun is the karma of becoming a saint. It's naturally difficult to end it using ordinary methods. However, there's an opportunity now." Oh, Saint Jia-yin seemed to have understood something. However, before he could think carefully, the Grand Pure One pointed in the direction of the Human Emperor's hall and said, "That's right, it's the position of the Human Emperor." Hearing that, Saint Jia-yin and Saint Juanti felt as if thunder had exploded in their minds. They were instantly enlightened. They understood what the Grand Pure One meant. The position of the Human Emperor was a karma position that was comparable to the position of the saint. If they worked together to push Hong Yun to the position of the Human Emperor, they would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the saint. Then, the karma between the two of them and Hong Yun would naturally be resolved. The Grand Pure One's plan was really wonderful. It made the two saints Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti understand. The problem that had troubled the two of them for many years was resolved just like that. For a moment, the two of them felt that it was unreal. Then, the two of them silently deduced. When they felt that the plan was completely feasible, they calmed down again. However, when they calmed down, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti suddenly realized that the two of them seemed to have been schemed against by the three Pure Ones. Originally, the three Pure Ones were the main force in the matter against the North Star, and the two of them were the support. However, with the resurrection of Ancestor Hong Yun, the situation was completely reversed. The two of them were the main force, and the three Pure Ones were the support. In order to resolve the karma between the West and Ancestor Hong Yun, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti would definitely do their best to support Hong Yun. It was not an exaggeration to say that they would push Hong Yun to the position of the human emperor at all costs. That was because the two of them had no way out. This karma had dragged on for too long. It was time for a conclusion. With Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti in front, the three Pure Ones could naturally retreat to the back and let the two of them be the ones to stand out. Jie-in did not like to be at a disadvantage, but the three Pure Ones were not people who would be at a disadvantage either. Once the three Pure Ones made this move, if this matter succeeded, everyone would naturally be happy. However, if this matter failed, most of the karma would fall on Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti. If it was done properly, the three Pure Ones could even retreat unscathed and push all the trouble to Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti. They could change their appearances and preach in the world again. This was the three Pure Ones. You might gain, but they would never lose. Although they knew that they had been schemed against by the three Pure Ones, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti had to admit that the three Pure Ones had indeed solved a huge problem for them. Therefore, the two of them had to pinch their noses and apologize. It's the poor way's fault for misunderstanding you, eldest senior brother. Please forgive me. It's all right. Saint Tai-Ching shook his head and said. Seeing this, the two of them silently retreated to their original positions. However, at this moment, a strange light flashed across Saint Zhuan-Ti's eyes. How could it be so easy to take advantage of him? What was good for them? If it was really good for them, the three Pure Ones would have discussed with them before carrying out this plan. They would not have waited for them to realize it, and then replied indifferently that it was good for them. They were obviously looking down on them. Saint Zhuan-Ti would remember this grudge. With this thought, karma was born. This was the reason why Saint Zhuan-Ti schemed against the two sects in the future. On the other hand, Saint Jie-in did not have as many thoughts as Saint Zhuan-Ti. He was preparing for the worst. What if this plan failed and Ancestor Hong Yun did not become the human emperor? After thinking about it, Saint Jie-in still felt that if the plan failed, letting Ancestor Hong Yun continue to die might be the best solution. He really thought that the plan would succeed. Otherwise, he would have to continue to wrong fellow Taoist Hong Yun. Saint Jie-in thought for some reason. By the way, fellow Taoist Tong Tian, since we are already at odds with the North Star, what should your disciples do? It's not easy to repay the huge karma owed to the North Star. If they don't fight to the death for the North Star, I'm afraid that your disciples' Tao will be destroyed. Saint Zhuan-Ti seemed to have thought of something and suddenly reminded fellow Taoist Tong Tian. Sect leader Tong Tian's face darkened when he heard that. He did not expect that the disciples who helped the human race back then would form such a huge karma with the human race. They could not get away for the time being. In the future, when the Jie school and the human race went to war, the disciples would be in an awkward situation. They could not help the human race, but they could not help the human race either. After thinking about it, fellow Taoist Tong Tian made a decision. He looked at Saint Zhuan-Ti with hatred and said, "The poor way already has a solution in mind. You don't have to worry about it, fellow Taoist Tong Tian." As he spoke, sect leader Tong Tian waved his sleeve and took out dozens of connate spirit treasures. Chapter 767. Although most of these primordial spiritual treasures were of the middle and lower grade, dozens of them were still a great fortune when put together. After taking a deep look at these primordial spiritual treasures, The sect leader of Tong Tian made up his mind and directly cut off the nostalgia in his eyes. Then he waved his sleeves and threw these primordial spiritual treasures out. Boom! A strong gust of wind carried the dozens of primordial spiritual treasures and smashed through the space, disappearing. Seeing this, Taoist Kundi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could not help but sigh. Fellow Taoist Tong Tian, you're really generous. Humph! The sect leader of Tong Tian snorted and ignored him. Where did those primordial spiritual treasures go? They were carried by the gust of wind and drifted in the void for a while. Then, as if sensing a familiar aura, they smashed through the void and flew out. And the place where these primordial spiritual treasures landed was the center of the human race's ancestral land, above the human emperor palace. Whoosh! In midair, dozens of primordial spiritual treasures suddenly appeared and fell toward the human emperor palace with endless spiritual light. In the palace, Feng Zichen seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly waved his hand and swept up a gust of wind to collect the dozens of primordial spiritual treasures. Looking at the primordial spiritual treasures in front of him, Feng Zichen was puzzled at first, but soon he understood why these primordial spiritual treasures appeared here. They were sent by the sect leader of Tong Tian to settle the karma between the disciples of the Jie sect and the human race. At this point, the sect leader of Tong Tian basically had no possibility of reconciling with the human race. Feng Zichen's plan to win over the sect leader of Tong Tian naturally had no meaning. This was something that Feng Zichen did not expect. However, it did not matter. His purpose of winning over the sect leader of Tong Tian was to suppress the three pure ones. Now, his purpose had been achieved, so there was no need to win over the sect leader of Tong Tian. However, although the plan to win over the sect leader of Tong Tian failed, the plan to win over the disciples of the Jie sect was very successful. The disciples of the Jie school who had come to help the human race had benefited a lot from the human race. Because of this, their karma with the human race grew deeper and deeper. Gradually, it became difficult for them to extricate themselves. Once the human race and the three pure ones went to war, their situation would become very awkward. Perhaps the only path left for them was to commit suicide. Only then would he be able to repay his master's kindness and repay the karma of the human race. However, the Prime of Tong Tian was unwilling to give up on these disciples. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and took out dozens of connate spirit treasures from his little treasury and gave them to the humans, in order to end the karma between his disciple and the human race. At the end of the day, the strongest among the disciples of the Jie school was only at the level of Daoyuo Jingxian. Even the Daoyuo Taoist priests were not at the level of Daoyuo Jingxian. The value of dozens of connate numinous treasures was incomparable to that of several Daoyuo Taoist priests. They were many times more valuable than the disciples of the Jie school. Sect leader Tong Tian had used this to form a karma. No matter how great the karma was, it was time to put an end to it. Tisk, tsk tisk, sect leader Tong Tian, you are indeed the richest saint. Feng Zichen sighed as he put away these connate spirit treasures. Dozens of connate spirit treasures, even if they were of the middle and lower grade, were considered a large sum. Other saints, such as Zhuan Ti, would not be able to take out so many connate spirit treasures. Only the Prime of Tong Tian, who had collected so many connate spirit treasures from the treasure-snatching rock, could afford to take out dozens of connate spirit treasures in one go. Back then, the Prime of Tong Tian had even taken away the treasure-snatching rock. Who knew how many connate spirit treasures he had obtained? Perhaps these dozens of connate spirit treasures were only a part of his treasury. Kang Meng passed down the order. Let the disciples of the Jie school leave the human race and return to the East Sea. In addition, give them a big gift on my behalf. It will not be in vain for them to work so hard for the human race for so many years. Feng Zichen summoned Feng Kangmeng and passed down the order. The Prime of Tong Tian had given so much that Feng Zichen could not refuse at all. It should be noted that the human race was not one of the three primordial tribes, nor was it one of the witchcraft and demon races. It dominated the Archean Age and the Antiquity Age, when connate spirit treasures were everywhere and had accumulated boundless wealth. The human tribe was born too late and missed the most glorious period of the untainted land. When the human tribe dominated the untainted land, the world had already declined. Not to mention primordial spiritual treasures. Even primordial spiritual objects were almost extinct. In other words, the human race was in short supply of connate spirit treasures. Like the three primordial tribes, the Daluo Taoist priests, and the witchcraft and demon races, it was impossible for the human race to have a connate spirit treasure. The human race was in short supply of connate spirit treasures, but to what extent? Even the Daluo Taoist priests could not have a connate spirit treasure. The connate creatures were too ruthless. They not only took away all the connate spirit treasures in the world, but also destroyed the world, causing the human race to face a situation where there were no treasures to be used. It was also quite miserable. Therefore, after seeing the dozens of connate spirit treasures sent by sect leader Tongtian, Feng Zichen could not think of rejecting them at all. Looking at the human Taoist priests who were begging for connate spirit treasures, how could Feng Zichen refuse? After all, connate spirit treasures were the greatest strategic resources in the untainted land. With them, the Daluo Taoist priest's strength would at least double. Releasing his divine thought, Feng Zichen scanned the human race's territory and found that the divine cities were almost finished. He could not help but nod with satisfaction. Although the departure of the disciples of the Jie school would inevitably delay the construction of the divine cities, it did not have much of an impact. With the strength of the human race, they could complete the last step by themselves. It did not matter whether there were disciples of the Jie school or not. Those fellows of the human clan had not been following the disciples of the Jie school for nothing all these years and helping them. After following the disciples of the Jie school for a long time and seeing a lot, even if they did not take the initiative to learn, they would naturally remember some. And these would become the skills they relied on to survive. The divine cities were about to be completed, and Dongwang Gong and the Yin-Yang Patriarch were about to be born. In the reincarnation hall of the Netherworld, the ghost emperor of Fengdu and goddess Hutu joined forces and found out what method the three pure ones used to bypass goddess Hutu and interfere with the 6 paths of reincarnation. To be honest, the final result really shocked Feng Zichen. The three pure ones could actually summon Pangu's primordial spirit. This was really amazing news. How many people in the untainted land could resist Pangu's primordial spirit? Tao, Ancestor Hongjun? Or Demon Ancestor Rahu? Or Heavenly Tao? No matter what, as long as it was Pangu's primordial spirit, it represented indescribable strength. It could not be underestimated. It was not a problem to treat it as the Wuji Daluo Jinxian. Thinking about it this way, the three pure ones were really not simple. They actually hid such a huge trump card. It was also a coincidence that Feng Zichen knew about this in advance and was prepared. Otherwise, when the war broke out, the three pure ones would suddenly attack and catch him off guard. The outcome of the war would probably be changed. TSK, the three pure ones are still as sinister as ever. Feng Zichen shook his head and sighed. Little did he know that if the three pure ones heard his words, they would probably curse him. In terms of sinisterness, how could the three of them compare to Feng Zichen? This was the biggest cunning person in the untainted land. I, Feng Zichen, am a maniac in the untainted land. JPG, collecting his scattered thoughts, Feng Zichen finally began to get down to business. The preparation work had been completed. It was time for the chaos of the human race to begin. With a thought, Feng Zichen's figure disappeared from the human emperor's palace and came to the sky above the human territory. There was an incomparably huge world there. It was constantly interacting with the heavens and earth, absorbing a huge amount of rule information and slowly growing. This great world was the great world that Feng Zichen had almost sacrificed the three pure ones in the chaos outside the heavens. This world had the potential to become the heavenly realm. It was vaster and grander than the top upper-class world. It was a true great world. Stepping forward, Feng Zichen suddenly made a move. He used his supreme magic power to pull this world and slowly walk towards the human territory. He wanted this world to overlap with the human territory. A world formed from the three Pure Ones' origins naturally inherited the three Pure Ones' characteristics. It was the same as the untainted heavenly realm. It was a light world formed from the innate clear Chi's origins. This world was light, and the human territory was located on the ground, so it was the thickest. If this world was covered with the human territory and the two overlapped, there would be a wonderful change. Perhaps strands of chaotic primordial Qi would be born. Of course, this was not the main purpose of Feng Zichen's fusion of the two places. How could his plan be so simple? This world had just been born and had not yet taken shape. In other words, what this world would become in the future was all determined by Feng Zichen's wishes. He wanted this world to overlap with the human territory and then imitate the human territory, completely changing it into the human territory. This world was light and could be regarded as an illusory world, while the human territory was thick and heavy, so it was a real world. This world was born based on the human territory. One was real and one was illusory. One was real and one was illusory. It was like the two sides of Tai Chi, yin and yang. They were opposed to each other and inseparable, developing the Xuanqi of creation. As for the name of this world, Feng Zichen had already thought of it. It would be called the Heavenly Realm. As for its function, it was also very obvious. The Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm was called the Heavenly Realm, so it was naturally where the gods lived. And those gods naturally did not refer to the heavenly gods in the sky, nor the yin gods underground. They referred to the earth gods on the ground and the ghost gods in the human world. What was the earth god? It was the god of mountains and lakes, the god of the land. It was also the mountain god, the earth god, and the river god. What was the ghost god? It was the city god, the judge, and the ghost servant. The myriad god painting had the ability to confer the title of myriad god. And this myriad god did not refer to the righteous gods in the heavenly court, but these gods that lived on the ground. The mountain god, the earth god, the city god, the judge. These gods did not belong to the heavenly court or the yin court, but the gods that belonged to the human path. The heavenly Tao had the heavenly court, the underground had the yin court, and the human path lived in it, so it naturally had its own divine court. It might not have had it before, but now, Feng Zichen said it had it, so it had it. It started with him, and the human path divine court came out. He, the Lord of the Gods, the Emperor of Gaochen, would personally establish the human path divine court. Feng Zichen did not care about the position of the human emperor at all. His contributions to the human race were imprinted in the destiny of the human race and could not be erased. It would be passed down with the torch of the human race until the human race was destroyed. Almost every human could learn about Feng Zichen's achievements from the torch. They knew that the human race had such a great emperor in the ancient times. Such achievements, such prestige. Could it be that if the heavenly Tao did not recognize him as the human emperor, he would not be the human emperor? Feng Zichen was the true human emperor. He could become the human emperor without any external factors. It was the human race at that time who sincerely recommended him to be the human emperor. He obtained the recognition of the entire human race. Even if the heavenly Tao did not recognize his identity, the human race and the ancient human race recognized him. In the hearts of the ancient human race, Feng Zichen was their emperor. This was unshakable, not even the heavenly Tao. The true human emperor did not need to obtain the recognition of the world. He only needed to obtain the recognition of the human race, because he was the emperor of the human race, not the emperor of all races. Yes, that's right. The human emperor that Feng Zichen wanted to be was completely different from the human emperor in the eyes of outsiders. In the eyes of outsiders, the so-called human emperor should be like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, respected by all races, and become the supreme emperor, the great emperor of the primordial world. But Feng Zichen was different from outsiders. He only wanted to become the human emperor, the emperor of the human race, carefully protect the human race, and lead the human race to unprecedented glory. Feng Zichen's heart was too small. It could only accommodate one human race. There was no extra space to accommodate all races. It was fine to say that he was small-minded and did not see the big picture. In short, as a human for 2 lifetimes, Feng Zichen had long formed an inexplicable friendship with the human race. Sorry, I was born as a human. I only want the human race to be strong and stand at the top of the world. I don't want all races to coexist peacefully. Anything that dared to stand in his way would be trampled into powder. This was the most simple thought in Feng Zichen's heart. Perhaps this was the pride of being born as a human. What born as a human? I'm sorry. It was simply ridiculous. Only by being strong could one make others revere them and not dare to provoke them. Feng Zichen had already become the human emperor. Everything he was doing now was to plan for the future of the human race. If the human race had its own divine court, it would be the beginning of getting rid of the control of outsiders. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to become the divine emperor, establish the divine world, build the divine court, and confer titles to all gods so that the human race could form its own system and gradually get rid of the control of outsiders. If the divine path was formed, he would definitely be protected by the human path. At that time, the divine court would be established. It would be under the human path and rule the primordial world. It would really have the capital to compete with the heavenly court and the yin court. The divine emperor and the human emperor both ruled the primordial world. But obviously, the former had more power and could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial emperor. In the primordial world, there was no divine emperor karmic position. But if Feng Zichen succeeded in establishing the divine court, the divine emperor karmic position would naturally appear. Chapter 768. The Divine Emperor was a position of honor formed by the fusion of the authority of the human emperor and the authority of the Emperor Go-chan. He surpassed the two and had the authority of the human emperor and the Emperor Go-chan at the same time. It was the highest position in the world. There was no such position in the world, but when Feng Zichen really reached this step, the world would feel it, and the myriad Tao would intertwine. The human Tao would manifest, condense this karmic position from the world, and personally bless Feng Zichen. The Divine Emperor was the highest karmic position in the human Tao. Of course, although Feng Zichen established the divine court to strengthen the human race, he did not forget to plan for himself. If Feng Zichen succeeded in establishing the divine court, he would have a capital to promote to the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, or even to a higher realm. In the heaven realm, he was about to become the celestial emperor. In the netherworld, he was already the supreme ruler of this world. In the human world, he was the master of the divine court, the supreme divine emperor. The highest karmic positions in the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man were all under the control of Feng Zichen. If he could combine these 3 karmic positions, he could become an existence on par with Tao ancestor Hongjun. It was not a comparison in strength, but a comparison in power. They were both the supreme rulers of the untainted world. He controlled the world, and I refined the universe. He controlled the universe, and I controlled the untainted world. This was the future of the untainted world. The saint would no longer be a match for Feng Zichen. His opponent would become the first living being born since the creation of the world, and also the oldest living being in the untainted world, Tao ancestor Hongjun. Of course, in addition to Tao ancestor Hongjun, the chaos demon god and the demon ancestor Rahu would also be Feng Zichen's future opponents. However, at that time, Feng Zichen's situation would become bigger. He would no longer care about the interests of the untainted world, but focus on the myriad worlds and the chaos. The idea was indeed good, but there was still a long way to go before it could be realized. First of all, Feng Zichen had not yet established the divine court. Secondly, even if he had established the divine court, he had not been able to fully control the heaven realm and the netherworld. Feng Zichen was only about to become the Celestial Arch, which meant that he was not the Celestial Arch yet. He was just the North Star Arch, the North Pole Arch, and the South Pole Arch. If he wanted to become the Celestial Emperor, he still had a short way to go. In the Nether Realm, Feng Zichen only had absolute authority over the Yin Court. However, the Yin Court wasn't the entirety of the Nether Realm. Apart from the Yin Court, the Nether Realm also had the Shaman tribe, the Bloodsea Azura sect, and other powerful forces. However, this was nothing to worry about. As long as the Go Sealing List plan was carried out smoothly, Feng Zichen was confident that he could persuade them to join the Yin Court. In this way, the Yin Court could represent the entire Netherworld and become a force on par with the Heavenly Court. At that time, Feng Zichen, the great Emperor of Fengdu, will be considered the true master of the Netherworld realm. He would possess authority that surpassed that of the earthly sovereign. What really worried Feng Zichen was the Heavenly Court. Damn it, when would Hao Yan be able to cultivate the primordial chaos Tao fruit and abdicate? He was so anxious. Hao Yan couldn't break through for a long time. Not only was he anxious, but even Feng Zichen was anxious for him. He was blocking Feng Zichen's path. If Hao Yan didn't break through, how could he abdicate? If he didn't abdicate, Feng Zichen wouldn't be able to take another step forward and become the new Celestial Emperor. How annoying. During the period when Feng Zichen was building the Divine Court and stabilizing the Yin Court, it was Hao Yan's last chance. If Hao Yan still didn't show any signs of breaking through to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian after the situation between the Divine Court and the Yin Court was completely stabilized, then don't blame Feng Zichen for being merciless and asking him to abdicate. Compared to his own path, Hao Yan's interests weren't particularly important. After making up his mind, Feng Zichen's speed of carrying out the plan became a little faster. Feng Zichen was very experienced in building the Divine Court. First, there was the Human Imperial Court, and then there was the Yin Court. They were all built by him. Slowly, it was all experience. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling of heaven and earth, the new great world gradually covered the human territory and then overlapped. Seeing this, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and swept all the incense and willpower floating above the human territory into the new great world. Feng Zichen wasn't very sure how much incense and willpower the human race had accumulated over countless years. He only knew that it was a lot, more than he had imagined. That was it. Rumble. With the help of this massive amount of incense and wish power, the new great realm began to evolve very quickly. In less than 100 years, it had become exactly the same as the human territory and overlapped with it. At this time, if someone's soul left their body, they would find that they had entered an illusory world that was exactly the same as the human territory. This was the Divine Realm. Feng Zichen's reason for creating the Divine Realm was very simple. It was to collect the origins of those ancient powerhouses after they died. The Divine Realm had just been born and was still very weak. If it wanted to become stronger, it needed to devour a large amount of innate origins. But where did the origins come from? Feng Zichen thought about it and really came up with an idea. It was those ancient powerhouses who had reincarnated into the human race. Among them, the weakest had the cultivation of Lord of Tai, and the strongest had the cultivation of great divine arts. If they could integrate their origins into the newly born God Realm, then the God Realm would grow rapidly. Therefore, Feng Zichen first created the Divine Realm before the human race started a war with the reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses, so that it overlapped with the human territory. After that, if the two sides started a war after the reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses died, their flesh and blood origins would not go to waste. They would be directly absorbed by the Divine Realm and become nutrients for its growth. Oh, this might be the greatest contribution that those ancient powerhouses had made to the human race after they reincarnated into the human race. It allowed the human race to have their own supreme great world, the Divine Realm. Not bad. Looking at the Divine Realm that overlapped with the human territory, Feng Zichen couldn't help but gnawed with satisfaction. Since the divine realm was created, then the next step of his plan should begin. Feng Zichen waved his big sleeve, and almost all the humans had a message in their minds at the same time. An evil demon had descended into the human race and wanted to destroy the foundation of the human race. Today, the human emperor has ordered the human cultivators to work together to kill the evil demon and return peace to the human race. After this message, a very sci-fi panel appeared in the minds of the humans who received the message. It recorded the rewards for killing the evil demon. From the lowest to the highest, there were spiritual herbs, magic treasures, magical powers, cultivation methods, and everything else. There was nothing that one could not imagine that was not recorded. The top spiritual herb was the legendary Dao fruit. It was said that after eating it, one could directly become the Daoyuo Taoist priests. The top cultivation method was called Pan Huang's Great Way Scripture. It was said that at the end of cultivation, one could transform into the great Taoist priests of Pangu and have the power to split the heavens and earth. The top magical power was called Buzhou Seal. It was said that after mastering it, one could transform into the long-shattered Mount Buzhou and have the power to suppress everything, even saints. The top magical treasure was actually the Khanate's supreme treasure, the Bell of Heaven and Earth. There was no description of the treasure on the panel. There was no mention of its functions, power, or effects. It only recorded a simple sentence: Khanate's supreme treasure, the Bell of Heaven and Earth. However, it was this simple description that made everyone excited. It was a Khanate supreme treasure, the most powerful magical treasure in the primordial world. There was no need for too much description. Just the Khanate supreme treasure alone represented everything. As an immortal, there was no one who didn't know what a Khanate treasure represented. With a Khanate supreme treasure, one would be invincible. Perhaps they could not win, but they would definitely not lose. Moreover, if they could completely combine the Khanate's supreme treasures, it would only be a matter of time before they achieved the Tao. A Khanate supreme treasure could change anyone's fate. This was the best opportunity in the primordial world. Even if they used the supremacy of heaven and earth to exchange for it, they would not exchange it. Excited, everyone's eyes turned red. They looked at the people around them, all of whom looked like evil demons. They could not wait to kill them on the spot and use them to exchange for Khanate supreme treasures. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen only told everyone about the appearance of evil demons for the time being. He did not tell them who the evil demons were. There was no hurry. He would use all kinds of rewards to arouse everyone's emotions first. When their emotions were completely aroused and they began to cultivate diligently, Feng Zichen would naturally tell them who were the extraterrestrial devils. As for now, they were still too inexperienced. If he were to tell them who was the outer space devil, they would not only alert the enemy, but also lose their lives for nothing. It was not worth it. He would let them improve their strength first. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Zichen opened the human tribe's treasury and scattered a large number of precious treasures. They were scattered all over the human tribe's territory, turning into all kinds of opportunities for the people to find. How much could they improve their strength by just cultivating hard? If they wanted to improve their strength quickly, they had to rely on Feng Zichen's help. In addition, without the help of the help, they could not compare with the reincarnations of the ancient experts. Did they really think that the reincarnations of the ancient experts would cultivate obediently? Not to mention that the saints would help them with the help of the help. Even if the saints did not help them with the help of the help, the cultivation experience and opportunities of their previous lives were their greatest help. If Feng Zichen did not help the human cultivators with the help of the cheats, then the human cultivators who were already inferior to the ancient experts would probably be even more inferior to them. Daoyuo Dao Fruit, Pan Huang's Great Way Scripture, Buzhou Dao Seal, Khanate Cardinal Treasure, Xianhuang Bell. I have already given you the opportunity. I just don't know if any of you have the ability to take away these 4 treasures from me. In the human emperor's palace, Feng Zichen saw everyone's excited emotions and could not help but shake his head with a smile. Since he dared to take out these things, if someone really met the requirements, he would give them away without hesitation. Feng Zichen still had this bit of credibility. However, it was still possible to obtain the first 3 treasures. The last one, the Khanate Cardinal Treasure, Xianhuang Bell, was extremely difficult to obtain. The requirement to obtain it was to kill the leader of the otherworldly demons. They were Ancestor Red Cloud and Dong Wang Gong. This requirement was very difficult. It was almost impossible for the human cultivators to complete it. However, if it was not difficult, how could it set off the value of the Khanate Cardinal Treasure? Feng Zichen had already invested in it. As for whether they could complete it, it would depend on their abilities. After arranging the opportunities of the ordinary humans, Feng Zichen turned his attention to the ancient humans. It was time to make arrangements for them. As his former confidants, Feng Zichen had strict requirements for them. Of course, while being strict, Feng Zichen also gave them the best. For example, the opportunities that Feng Zichen prepared for them this time were different from those of the ordinary humans. They were all Khanate spiritual treasures or Khanate Dharma treasures. Where did the Khanate spiritual treasures come from? It was definitely not from the Grandmaster of Tongtian. The dozens of Khanate spiritual treasures that the Grandmaster of Tongtian used to form karma were given out by Feng Zichen before they were even warmed up. However, this was still not enough. There were too many Khanate Taoist priests in the human race. It was not enough to make 10 Khanate spiritual treasures. Feng Zichen did not have any extra Khanate spiritual treasures to give to the ancient humans. If that was the case, why did Feng Zichen say that he had prepared opportunities of obtaining Khanate spiritual treasures for the ancient humans? Did he not have any more Khanate spiritual treasures? Where did he get so many Khanate spiritual treasures to give to the ancient humans? He had to thank the 3 Pure Ones for this. In order to hide from Feng Zichen, the 3 Pure Ones did not let the ancient humans carry any Dharma treasures when they reincarnated into the human race. Instead, they hid the Dharma treasures and waited for them to rise up so that they could find them themselves. Now, Feng Zichen had his eyes on these Dharma treasures. There was definitely no lack of Khanate spiritual treasures among the Dharma treasures of the ancient humans. If the ancient humans could get their hands on them, they would not lack Dharma treasures. As for the Dharma treasures of the ancient humans themselves, under the Dongwang Bell, nothing existed. They could not even protect themselves, let alone their Dharma treasures. They would have long been turned into powder and returned to the world. Feng Zichen could not find the Dharma treasures hidden by the 3 Pure Ones, but he could find the reincarnations of the ancient humans. He could let the ancient humans follow them and directly intercept or rob them when they were about to find the Dharma treasures of their previous lives. Then, wouldn't the Dharma treasures be in their hands? At this time, there was no need to talk about karma. What was the purpose of the calamity? It was used to sort out karma. Everything would end when one died, unless he was resurrected. Just as Feng Zichen was scheming against the ancient humans, there was another change in the untainted land. Above the East Sea, in the Purple Mansion State, a supreme Yang divine light suddenly rose into the sky. After that, the Khanate Supreme Yang Dao that had long been shattered condensed and gradually formed a majestic figure. That person was wearing a 3-dimensional crown and a 9-colored cloud robe. His body was surrounded by a dense Khanate Supreme Yang divine light. It was the leader of the male immortals in the world, Dong Wang Gong. At this moment, Dong Wang Gong was resurrected. Ha! The poor Wei is back. A carefree laughter came from Dong Wang Gong's mouth, and in an instant, it spread throughout the entire untainted land. Rumble. At this moment, the world shook violently and spontaneously produced all kinds of phenomena to celebrate the return of Dong Wang Gong. Chapter 769. Fellow Taoist Tung Wang Kung has returned? Why is it so sudden? After hearing the news of Tung Wang Kung's return, the great magicians of the primordial world were only a little shocked by his sudden return and did not think too much about it. However, it was different with a few people. For example, Dong Wang Tai knew exactly what was in the Zifu prefecture. Logically speaking, there was no possibility of Tung Wang Kung's origin there. However, the direction of Tung Wang Kung's voice was the Zifu prefecture. What did that mean? It meant that someone had secretly destroyed his arrangements and helped Tung Wang Kung resurrect. Thinking of this, Dong Wang Tai's eyes were filled with anger. Very good. I haven't made a move for too long, so much so that some people have forgotten my methods. How dare you cause trouble in front of me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With a cold smile, Dong Wang Tai's body gradually disappeared as he rushed toward the Zifu prefecture. If Dong Wang Tai was only angry, then the others, such as the three pure ones and the Queen Mother of the West, who knew that the real Tung Wang Kung had been resurrected. After the initial shock, their hearts were filled with a huge anger, and their faces were distorted with anger. Anger. Incomparable anger. With their wisdom, how could they not figure out what had happened? It was obvious that someone had taken advantage of Tung Wang Kung's absence to impersonate him and completely replace him. If this person really succeeded and confirmed Tung Wang Kung's identity, then even if the real Tung Wang Kung appeared, he would not be able to call himself Tung Wang Kung. An impersonation could not replace Tung Wang Kung's strength and realm, but it could replace his identity and karmic position. The most important thing for Tung Wang Kung was the karmic position of the head of the male immortals and the identity of the Khanate God Fiend. If he lost these advantages, how could Tung Wang Kung compete with Dong Wang Tai? Compete with the human emperor? Furious, the three pure ones rushed directly to the Zifu prefecture. They wanted to see who was so bold as to impersonate Tung Wang Kung. However, although the three pure ones were fast, there was one person faster than them. That was the Queen Mother of the West. They did not know what relationship this goddess had with Tung Wang Kung, but she took care of him. In order to revive Dong Wang Kung, he did not hesitate to make a deal with the Grand Pure One. Now, things had finally made progress, but a fake Tung Wang Kung had suddenly appeared to ruin her plans. How could the Queen Mother of the West not be angry? The moment the fake Eastern Wang Gong spoke, the Queen Mother of the West walked out of West Kunlun aggressively and rushed towards the Zifu prefecture with a murderous intent. Her speed was no slower than Tai Yi's, who was in the primal chaos realm. This showed how furious Shi Wangmu was. She was about to lose her mind. On the other side, Feng Zichen, oh no, Tung Wang Kung, had just been resurrected. He was feeling complacent and had no idea that danger had arrived. He was very proud now. If he was not wrong, his sudden resurrection must have shocked many people. This was especially true for the three pure ones. Their expressions were definitely extremely interesting. It was just a pity that he couldn't personally take a look, which made this fun a little less. If there was a chance, Feng Zichen really wanted to run to the three realms and shout to them, "You didn't expect me to have this move, did you?" If he really did this, Feng Zichen didn't know how the three pure ones would react, but they would definitely find it very exciting. Just thinking about it was already very exciting, let alone putting it into practice. After stretching his body, Tung Wang Kung was about to leave the Zifu prefecture. At this moment, he had just been resurrected. Although he was at the great perfection of the sage-to-be, his strength was barely at the early stage of the sage-to-be. In the eyes of ordinary people, such strength was naturally a high and mighty existence. However, if he encountered the three pure ones, Dong Wang, and the others, he was just a slightly stronger ant. It might be an exaggeration to say that he could kill them casually, but he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves. He was afraid that he would be killed by the three pure ones and the others as soon as he was resurrected. Tung Wang Kung was about to escape. However, his speed was still one step slower. Just as Tung Wang Kung was about to enter the void, he heard a clang. A supreme suppressive force came and directly squeezed him out of the void. It was Dong Wang Tai. He took over Tung Wang Kung's identity and naturally inherited his memory. Hearing the familiar bell sound, Tung Wang Kung immediately recognized its origin. Dong Wang Bell. Being fixed in the void by the bell of chaos, Tung Wang Kung watched Dong Wang Tai walk over from the void. There was no panic in his eyes at all. With his current strength, he was naturally no match for Dongwang Tai, but he had helpers. His helpers were enough to stop Dongwang Tai. "Let me see who you are." Coming in front of Tung Wang Kung, Dongwang Tai stretched out his hand and was about to crush him to find out his true identity. However, at this moment, the void suddenly distorted. Everything was upside down, chaotic, and disorderly. Everything was changing to the most primitive state. Soon, the power of the Bell of Chaos was wiped out, and Tung Wang Kung regained his freedom. Whoosh, with a leap, Tung Wang Kung escaped from Dong Wang Tai's hands. Dong Wang Tai did not stop him. He just stared in the direction of the majestic power with a solemn expression. The Nether Realm. It was the power of reincarnation from the Nether Realm. It was Goddess Hoodoo who had made a move. She was Tung Wang Kung's helper. With her ability, she could completely stop Dong Wang Tai. "Hoodoo, are you going to stop me?" Without looking at Tung Wang Kung, Dong Wang Tai just stared coldly at the Nether Realm and said faintly. Goddess Hoodoo did not answer Dong Wang Tai. Instead, she responded with her actions. She walked out of the Nether Realm step by step and stood in front of Tai. Although she did not say anything, her meaning was very clear. "I will protect this person." Although Tai was blocked by Goddess Hoodoo, it did not mean that Tung Wang Kung's problem was solved. Whoosh, an ancient mirror pierced through the void and shone toward Tung Wang Kung with the power of time. In an instant, Tung Wang Kung felt that the time that belonged to him was quickly rewinding. If he did not stop it, it would not be long before he returned to his state before his resurrection. That was the state of the innate source of Yang. Mirror and the power of time and space. When these two characteristics were connected, Tung Wang Kung immediately thought of a Dharma treasure, the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, Kunlun Mirror. It was the Queen Mother of the West who had made a move. With a thought, Tung Wang Kung took out the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, Dragon Head Walking Stick. Vast, innate Yang Qi surged out and directly broke through the seal of the Kunlun Mirror. The Dragon Head Walking Stick was a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. It was a treasure that Tao ancestor Hongjun had given to Tung Wang Kung. Since he wanted to pretend to be Tung Wang Kung, Feng Zichen had already made thorough preparations. Feng Zichen did not find Tung Wang Kung's accompanying spiritual treasure, the Jingyang Bell. However, when he borrowed the Panga God to collect the primordial world, he found this pure Yang treasure, the Dragon Head Walking Stick. With the dragon-headed walking stick in his hand, his identity as the Duke of Tung Wang was confirmed a little. The Queen Mother of the West, who was already very angry, was undoubtedly even angrier when she saw the Dragon Head Walking Stick in Tung Wang Kung's hand. He even got the Dragon Head Walking Stick. It seemed that this evil creature was determined to pretend to be Brother Tung Wang Kung. With this thought in mind, the Queen Mother of the West's movements became even fiercer. Streams of innate supreme, divine light were released from her hand, directly beating Tung Wang Kung until his body was covered with wounds. "You're courting death." Feng Zichen had not felt the feeling of being suppressed like this for a long time. He made up his mind and activated the Dragon Head Walking Stick with all his strength. Roar! A shocking dragon roar sounded. The dragon head on the Dragon Head Walking Stick seemed to come alive and open its head slightly. Pure Yang soared out. Tung Wang Kung suddenly shouted as he pointed at the dragon head. Then, a shocking change happened. A faint golden light was emitted from the Dragon Head Walking Stick. Then, the body of the walking stick under the Dragon Head Walking Stick slowly disappeared. At the same time, a golden sword body was slowly spat out from the mouth of the Dragon Head Walking Stick. When the body of the Dragon Head Walking Stick completely disappeared, the appearance of the Dragon Head Walking Stick had changed greatly. It had completely turned into an innate divine sword. Swish, in an instant, an awe-inspiring killing intent, mixed with the pure innate pure Yang Qi, surged out from the sword body. In just a moment, the world was shrouded in a murderous aura. This was the top innate spiritual treasure, the pure Yang sword. At the same time, it was also the true body of the Dragon Head Walking Stick. Who was Feng Zichen? the primitive sword ancestor. The moment he got the dragon-head walking stick, he already knew that the appearance of this walking stick was not its true body. Its true body was an innate divine sword, an extremely powerful innate divine sword. If Zichen's sword had not appeared out of nowhere, this innate pure yang sword would have been the number one divine sword in the primitive world. The two innate killing swords, Un2 and Avicii, as well as the four innate immortal killing swords, Trap, Absolute, Slaughter, and Execution, were all individually incomparable to this innate pure yang sword. This was because this sword was a pure emperor's sword. Why did Tao ancestor Hongjun give the dragon-head walking stick to Tung Wang Kung? Because he was the leader of the male immortals in the world. The Tao ancestor gave this treasure to him because he had high hopes for Tung Wang Kung. He hoped that he could bear the corresponding responsibility. Otherwise, he would not have given this divine sword that symbolized the emperor to Tung Wang Kung. Unfortunately, Tung Wang Kung failed to live up to Tao ancestor Hongjuan's expectations. After getting the dragon-head walking stick, he was completely immersed in the identity of the leader of the male immortals in the world and became arrogant. As a result, he did not discover the secret of the dragon-head walking stick, causing the divine sword to be covered in dust. Until Tung Wang Kung's death, it did not have the chance to show its edge. Fortunately, now that he met Feng Zichen, he finally had the chance to show its edge. Whoosh! After receiving the pure yang divine sword, Tung Wang Kung casually drew a few sword flowers, bursting out billions of resplendent sword lights, sweeping toward the Queen Mother of the West. Seeing the dragon-head walking stick turn into a pure yang divine sword, the Queen Mother of the West's eyes were filled with shock. She had been in contact with the dragon-head walking stick for more than a day or two, but she never knew that the dragon-head walking stick's true body was actually an emperor's sword. In fact, the Queen Mother of the West was certain that even Tung Wang Kung did not know about this matter. Looking at the power of this sword, if Tung Wang Kung had been able to master it back then, even if he could not defeat Tai, he would not have lost so miserably. On the other side, Dong Huang Tai, who was confronting Goddess Hutu, could not help but raise his eyebrows when he sensed the birth of the pure yang sword. He felt that the power of this sword was even greater than the sun god sword in the hands of his brother, Dijun. It was truly an incredible divine sword. Tung Wang Kung did not know that he was guarding a supreme treasure. At this moment, Dong Huang Tai could not help but have such a thought. In fact, he was not the only one. Even the other great divine abilities who saw the pure yang divine sword had the same thought. Tung Wang Kung did not regret his death. He could not even recognize the supreme treasure in his hands. There was no one else in the primordial world who could do this. It was enough to be recorded in history and admired by future generations. No one was a fool. When they saw the Queen Mother of the West coming to find trouble with Tung Wang Kung in anger and even joining forces with Tai, they gradually figured out what was going on. There was probably something wrong with the Tung Wang Kung in front of them. However, although they had discovered the problem, no one meddled in other people's business. After all, no one wanted to see Tung Wang Kung return. The title of the leader of the male immortals in the world had really offended too many people. It would be fine if he kept a low profile. Out of sight, out of mind. They would just pretend that he did not exist. However, he did not know that and insisted on claiming to be the leader of everyone. Even Dijun was not as arrogant as him. If he did not die, who would? This was also the reason why no one helped when Tung Wang Kung was killed by Dong Huang Tai. He had made himself a loner. He had no friends. In fact, after seeing Tung Wang Kung summon the pure yang divine sword, everyone could not help but feel that the Tung Wang Kung in front of them was more like the real Tung Wang Kung. The one from before was the fake one. He was peerless and talented. His entire body exuded a domineering aura. This demeanor was far from what the Tung Wang Kung in the past could compare to. The hidden sword had suffered billions of setbacks. Today, it revealed its sharpness. A majestic sword intent slashed out from the pure yang divine sword's body. With an earth-shaking power, It directly defeated the Kunlun mirror. During the period when it transformed into the dragon-headed walking stick, the pure Yang divine sword did not do nothing. It was accumulating power and nurturing the sword. Why does your pure Yang divine sword have such an ability and can be called the #1 sword path in the primordial world? It was all thanks to the dragon-headed walking stick. It was like a sword sheath that had been nurturing the pure Yang divine sword. It was precisely because of the dragon-headed walking stick's nurturing for countless years that the pure Yang divine sword could display such sharpness today. If Teng Wang Kung had pulled out the pure Yang divine sword back then, it might not have had its sharpness today. Schwa, as the sword light danced, it created a scene of evenly matched strength between Teng Wang Kung and the Queen Mother of the West. But in fact, Teng Wang Kung was no match for the Queen Mother of the West. He was only at the early stage of the quasi-sage realm, while the Queen Mother of the West was at the half-step primordial chaos realm, infinitely close to the primordial chaos realm. The gap between them was not something that a pure Yang divine sword could make up for. Now, Teng Wang Kung was able to fight evenly with the Queen Mother of the West because of his last breath. When this breath was released, he would not be far from defeat. Chapter 770. The Queen Mother of the West clearly understood this. For this reason, she did not choose to fight head-on with Teng Wang Kung. Instead, she engaged in a tug-of-war with him. He was just waiting for Teng Wang Kung to vent his anger so that he could give him a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, several moves had passed. At a certain moment, after Teng Wang Kung swung his sword, his aura suddenly began to drop. He could no longer maintain his previous combat strength. Seeing this, Shi Wangmu's eyes lit up. She raised the Kunlun mirror and shot out a vast and mighty beam of clear light, intending to suck Dong Wang Gong into the mirror. At the critical moment, a great hall descended from the sky and firmly protected Teng Wang Kung, blocking the attack for him. Demon Master Palace. The demon race's teaching treasure. It was Kuanpeng, the demon emperor of the North Underworld, who saved Teng Wang Gong. Kuanpeng, do you want to be a busybody? Seeing that the Demon Master Palace had stopped her, the Queen Mother of the West said with displeasure. When dealing with Patriarch Kuanpeng, he was not as relaxed as when dealing with Patriarch Kuanpeng. After all, the latter was far inferior to him, while the former was in existence on the same level as him. Fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West, poor Wei is here. You won't be able to touch fellow Taoist Dong Wang. Old Ancestor Kuanpeng said to the Queen Mother of the West with a smile as he walked out of the void and stood beside Dong Wang Gong. Why, fellow Taoist, why are you siding with this thief who pretends to be Brother Dong Wang Kong? Or does fellow Taoist know this thief? Shi Wangmu asked hatefully as she suppressed her anger. Fellow Taoist, you must be crazy. This fellow Taoist is Dong Wang Kong. How can you say that he's an imposter? Also, the poor Wei has formed an alliance with Teng Wang Kung. We can't just sit by and watch you attack her. Looking at the Queen Mother of the West, the Kunpeng Patriarch pretended to be puzzled and asked her. His expression was as if he really did not know that the Teng Wang Kung in front of him was fake. Seeing this, how could the Queen Mother not know that the Kunpeng old ancestor was in cahoots with the fake Dong Wang Gong? Shi Wangmu was filled with hatred. She brought out the Kunlun mirror and attacked the Kunlun old ancestor. However, even though the Queen Mother of the West was fast, someone was faster than her. Kunpeng brat, how dare you appear in front of me? You're courting death. Bell of Chaos, kill. Dong Wang Tai's voice was filled with murderous intent. Then, the Bell of Chaos flew across the sky and smashed through the layers of space, heading towards Ancestor Kunpeng. In an instant, the power of the Bell of Chaos surged over and froze Patriarch Kunpeng and Duke Dong Wang in place. They could not move at all. Rumble. The Bell of Chaos came crashing down. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into chaos. That powerful force brought the threat of death to the two of them. However, they did not even have the strength to struggle. They could only watch as the bell of chaos crashed over. Break! At the critical moment, Goddess Hutu made her move. The projection of the 6 paths of reincarnation silently appeared, twisting space and throwing order into chaos. It slammed the bell of chaos to the side and saved the 2 of them. Hutu, Dong Wang Tai was enraged when he saw this. He picked up the bell of primal chaos and charged toward Goddess Hutu. Almost at the same time, the Kunlun mirror quietly arrived, shooting out rays of clear light that enveloped the 2 of them, wanting to swallow them up. Break! Patriarch Kuanpeng's body swayed and directly transformed into his original form. He looked like a Kuan, but was not a Kuan. He used his powerful divine ability to fight the Kunlun mirror head-on. Patriarch Kuanpeng walked the path of entering the Tao through divine abilities. His cultivation was all in his physical body and divine abilities. He was extremely powerful and was comparable to a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. Although the Kunlun mirror was powerful, it could not do anything to Patriarch Kuanpeng. If he did not have some skills, how could he dare to call himself a North Sea Demon Emperor and compete for hegemony in the world? Just as Patriarch Kuanpeng was fighting with the Queen Mother of the West, in the 5th manor of Longevity Mountain, Xinyuanzi looked at Patriarch Kuanpeng's figure with a gloomy expression. At this moment, how could he not know that he had been used? Xinyuanzi, who had been blaming himself for secretly joining the saint behind Feng Zichen's back, no longer blamed himself. There was only endless anger in his heart. After being schemed against like this, even Xinyuanzi, who was a good person, could not help but have the intention to kill. Kill! He flipped his hand and took out the Earth Book. Xinyuanzi attacked Patriarch Kuanpeng through endless space. Rumble! Vast powers surged from the void, emitting a vast and heavy aura. It attacked Patriarch Kuanpeng directly, wanting to kill him. At this moment, Patriarch Kuanpeng was fighting the Queen Mother of the West with all his strength. He had no energy left to block this attack. The timing of Xinyuanzi's attack was really too coincidental. It happened to be the critical moment when Patriarch Kuanpeng was fighting the Queen Mother of the West. He could not dodge at all. If this attack landed, even if Patriarch Kuanpeng did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. Kill! At the critical moment, 2 blood-red swords pierced through the void. Biting cold, murderous aura swept out and directly shattered Xinyuanzi's attack. Khanate Killing Sword, Yuan-Tu Avicii. Patriarch Nether River of the Blood Sea had arrived. However, he did not rush to the Purple Mansion State. Instead, he went to Longevity Mountain and blocked there alone, not letting Xinyuanzi attack. In front of Longevity Mountain, Patriarch Nether River stepped on the 12th grade Hellfire Red Lotus and bowed to Xinyuanzi. Fellow Taoist, long time no see. Patriarch Nether River stood there quietly. Although he did not do anything, he brought great pressure to Xinyuanzi. In the untainted world, Patriarch Nether River was the closest to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. This person could be called the first person below the primordial chaos. Facing Patriarch Nether River's greeting, Xinyuanzi did not return the greeting. He just looked at him coldly. The murderous intent in his heart kept rising. Xinyuanzi had a grudge against Patriarch Nether River. Patriarch Red Cloud died under Yuan-Tu Avicii's sword. As for why Xinyuanzi only sought revenge from Patriarch Kuanpeng and not Patriarch Nether River, that was naturally because Patriarch Nether River was stronger than Patriarch Kuanpeng. Of course, revenge should be taken from the weakest one. If he could not even kill the weak one, how could he kill the stronger one? Sigh. In front of Kunlun Mountain, Feng Zichen, who was confronting the 3 pure ones, could not help but sigh after seeing Xinyuanzi's choice. He really did not want to scheme against Xinyuanzi. But at this point, it was meaningless to say anything. If Xinyuanzi and he were allies, Patriarch Kuanpeng would naturally not have the chance to appear. But once Xinyuanzi fell out with him, Patriarch Kuanpeng would become Feng Zichen's means to balance Xinyuanzi. Feng Zichen was a cautious person. He did not trust anyone except himself. When cooperating with Xinyuanzi, of course, he had to keep a trump card in case he was stabbed in the back. Facts proved that Feng Zichen did not do anything wrong. It was right to keep a trump card. Zenyuanzi did stab him in the back. If Zenyuanzi did not stab him in the back, Feng Zichen's actions would be a little despicable. But there was no if in reality. If he was not a despicable person, he would be the unlucky one today. As for why Feng Zichen appeared in Kunlun Mountain, of course, it was to stop the 3 Pure Ones from going to Zifu Prefecture. At this point in the Battle of Zifu Prefecture, the 3 Pure Ones still did not appear. This was all thanks to Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. Yes, Great Emperor Ziwei was also there. Of course, Feng Zichen alone could not stop the 3 Pure Ones. But with Great Emperor Ziwei, yes, it was still not enough. Because on Kunlun Mountain, other than the 3 Pure Ones, there were also 2 saints from the west. If the 5 saints worked together, they could easily defeat Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, even if they did not hang them up and beat them up. However, this battle could not be fought, because the 3 Pure Ones were not ready to fight to the death. Once they killed Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, the other great emperors in the Celestial Court, as well as Niuhua, who was high in the chaos, would not stand by and watch. At that time, an unimaginable chaotic battle would break out. The 3 Pure Ones did not know the outcome of the chaotic battle, but they knew that with the outbreak of the chaotic battle, the primordial world would definitely be gone. Destroying the primordial world was the last resort. It could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. If the 3 Pure Ones could not see any hope of winning in the battle with Feng Zichen, then they would not hesitate. They would directly abandon the calamity of the world and destroy the primordial world. This was called flipping the table. If I can't beat you, I won't play anymore. Why were saints feared by others? It was because they had the ability to flip the table. If they could not beat you, they would destroy the world and rebuild the earth. In this way, the past would become clouds and smoke, returning to nothingness with the destruction of the world. At that time, the saints could start all over again. Saints experienced thousands of tribulations without being worn down. Heaven and earth were destroyed, but they were not destroyed. Sun and moon were destroyed, but they were not destroyed. Even if endless tribulations descended, it would be difficult to harm them. Such an existence was not afraid of the destruction of the world at all. When they could not see hope, they naturally did not mind destroying everything and starting all over again to create hope. But now, the 3 Pure Ones did not want to use such a method, because in their deduction, the current situation was particularly advantageous to them. Feng Zichen was walking into their trap step by step. Victory was right in front of them. With such a great advantage, how could the 3 Pure Ones destroy the world and start all over again? The 3 Pure Ones had the strength to destroy the world. Naturally, Feng Zichen, who was at the same level as them, also had the ability. However, the 3 Pure Ones could destroy the world, but Feng Zichen could not. There were not many disciples of the 3 Pure Ones. Therefore, if the calamity of the world broke out, they were fully capable of protecting their disciples. But there were really too many humans. With Feng Zichen's strength, even if all his doppelgangers attacked together, it was impossible to protect the entire human race in the calamity of the world. For this reason, Feng Zichen would not sit and watch the primordial world be destroyed. Even if the 3 Pure Ones wanted to destroy the world, he would do his best to stop them. Unknowingly, the human race had become Feng Zichen's greatest weakness. If he no longer cared about the human race, even the 3 Pure Ones would not dare to provoke him. A lone powerhouse was the scariest. That was because he did not have a weakness. Fellow Taoist, you're really scheming. It wasn't easy for me to rope in fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi to stand on the side of the human race. However, fellow Taoist, you managed to win him over with a simple gesture. Such methods really make one blush with shame. Looking at the Grand Pure One who was smiling silently, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth and said he had been careless in reviving Ancestor Hong Yun. As a result, the 3 Pure Ones were one step ahead of him. Not only did they not rope him in, but they even stood on the opposite side of him. No. Fellow Taoist Gauchin, you must be joking. In terms of scheming, how can the poor Wei compare to you? That Tung Wang, Kung must be your handiwork, right? Looking at Feng Zichen, the Grand Pure One gritted his teeth and said, for his words, it was obvious that he had sensed Dong Wang Gong's identity. Feng Zichen was not surprised by that. No one was a fool. Feng Zichen had already made it so obvious. He had tried his best to protect Dong Wang Gong. Naturally, they could tell that the relationship between Dong Wang Gong and Feng Zichen was not ordinary. Even if it was not his clone, it had something to do with him. In fact, over the years, it was not that no one had suspected the relationship between Great Emperor Ziwei and Feng Zichen. They felt that the two of them should be the same person. However, that thought was immediately thrown to the back of everyone's minds. Thinking about it, they felt that it was impossible. If the two of them were really the same person, wouldn't that mean that all the experts in the entire primordial world were being played in the palm of their hands? That was too exaggerated. It was obviously out of line with reality. How could there be such a powerful existence in the primordial world? The real answer was too ridiculous. Even if everyone thought of it, they would not choose to believe it. In fact, even if they found evidence that the two of them might be the same person, everyone would automatically think that this was deliberately done by Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. They deliberately led everyone to investigate their identities so that they could distract everyone's attention. Just as Feng Zichen and the three Pure Ones were confronting each other, the chaotic battle in the Zifu Prefecture was coming to an end. Dong Wang Gong found an opportunity and disappeared from the Zifu Prefecture. As the protagonist, Dong Wang Gong, had left, so there was no need for this battle to continue. After everyone stopped fighting, they left one after another. However, even though he had left, his hatred remained. This matter was far from over. Fellow Taoist, farewell. After the battle in the Zifu Prefecture came to an end, Feng Zichen directly bid farewell to the three Pure Ones and turned around to return to the human race. Just now, Feng Zichen sensed that the divine city of the human race had been completed. It was time for him to complete the last step. With a thought, Feng Zichen returned to the human race. Under his gaze, in the human territory, 365 giant cities that were like ancient divine mountains stood majestically, emitting a shocking power. This was the most solid fortress of the human race in the future, protecting the people of the human race. In order to build these 365 divine cities, the foundation of the human race was almost squeezed dry. Zhouxing was their foundation, and they were located on the nodes of the earth veins. They were built with the power of incense and were combined with various natural treasures. They were all top-notch postnatal treasures. After returning to the ancestral land of the human race, Feng Zichen looked at the unfamiliar city walls around him. His heart was filled with shock. This was the Emperor's city, also known as Ziwei City. It was a divine city built with the Emperor's palace, Ziwei Temple, as its foundation. It was the leader of all the divine cities and also the imperial capital of the human race. Stepping into the Emperor's palace, Feng Zichen emptied his mind and gradually connected with the Ziwei star. Immediately, the Ziwei star sensed it and cast down a ray of starlight. First, it shone on the Emperor's palace, then extended outwards. Soon, it enveloped the entire Emperor city. Rumble. At this moment, under the illumination of the Ziwei star, the Emperor's palace seemed to have come alive. It emitted a supreme majesty, causing the void in all directions to tremble. Chapter 771. At the same time, the rest of the Zhouxing also shone their starlight onto their respective cities. For a time, the entire human territory was shrouded in starlight. It was as if it was covered with a layer of silver gauze. It was a beautiful sight. Galactic cosmic life formation, rise. In the boundless starry sky, Great Emperor Ziwei waved his hand. Instantly, the Zhouxing shook and formed the galactic cosmic life formation. Boom! In the depths of the void where no one could see, the Pangu Celestial stood majestically, exuding a domineering aura. Rumble. The human divine city was in the process of interacting with the Zhoshing. It immediately sensed the changes in the Zhoshing and changed accordingly. Suddenly, another galactic cosmic light formation formed on the ground. Similarly, a majestic Pangu, celestial, stood majestically, suppressing the primitive lands. It faced the Pangu celestial in the starry sky from afar. The two celestial Pangu celestials looked the same, but in reality, they were different. The Pangu celestial in the boundless starry sky was completely formed by the starlight of the heavenly cycle. However, the Pangu celestial on the ground was different. Apart from the starlight, it was also formed by the chi of the Earth's origin. To put it more accurately, the Pangu celestial in the sky was more like the Pangu primordial spirit. On the other hand, the Pangu celestial on the ground was more like the Pangu primordial spirit. One was the primordial spirit, and the other was the body. The two combined to form the invincible Pangu celestial body. Combined. With a thought, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei made their moves at the same time. They each controlled the Pangu celestial in their control and rushed towards each other. The Pangu celestial in the starry sky walked out of the starry sky and rushed towards the primitive lands. The Pangu celestial on the ground left the ground and rushed towards the starry sky. The two met at the boundary between the heavens and the earth and gradually merged into one. It did not cause any commotion, nor did it cause any strange phenomenon. The fusion of the two was unusually smooth, and very soon, they were completely fused into one. The reborn god Pangu was no different from before. However, in Feng Zichen's perception, he was undoubtedly stronger. He had truly stepped into the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jinxian and was the strongest in the untainted land. Rumble. The fusion of the two Pangu deities brought great changes to the boundless starry sky and the human race's god city. More starlight fell from the boundless starry sky, emitting a mysterious power. It fell into the divine city of the human clan and turned into a shadow of Zhoshing. That was the origin of Zhoshing. Only when the power of the origin was present could the shadow of the stars be formed. Rumble. The earth was shaking. The majestic and heavy power of the ley lines, mixed with the origin of the earth, gushed out from the ground and gradually merged with the shadow of the stars floating in the sky. With the help of the origin of the earth, the shadow of Zhoshing suddenly became more solid and emitted a powerful aura. However, in Feng Zichen's opinion, this was not enough. He emptied his mind and gradually merged with the Pangu celestial and controlled his body. So powerful. Although it was not the first time that he controlled the body of the Pangu celestial, Feng Zichen was greatly shocked every time he felt the unparalleled power in his body. This was the power that he was pursuing. Immersed in the power of the Pangu celestial, Feng Zichen gradually moved. Vast and unpredictable power gushed out from the body of the Pangu celestial and surpassed the limits of the primitive lands. It came to the chaos beyond the heavens, and even the chaos beyond the world. Merge! Once again, Feng Zichen controlled the Pangu celestial and merged with the Pangu celestial that stood above the primitive lands, trying to use his power. The Pangu celestial was the celestial phenomenon that Feng Zichen condensed with the power of the boundless starry sky and the power of the entire primitive lands. It had unimaginable power. It was really unimaginable, because even Feng Zichen did not know how strong his power was. This Pangu celestial phenomenon could be said to be Feng Zichen's biggest trump card, but he had never used it before. This was the first time that he used this power. Rumble. Under the control of Feng Zichen, the power of the Pangu celestial gradually came into contact with the Pangu celestial phenomenon and merged into his body. In an instant, Feng Zichen felt a supreme power rush into his mind and almost made him explode. Oh no, this power is too strong. With my current realm, I can't bear it at all. In Feng Zichen's perception, this power was really too strong. It was at least the power of the Wuji Daluo Jinxian. It could even be said that it had surpassed the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jinxian. In short, with Feng Zichen's current realm, he could not bear this power for long. If he controlled this power for a long time, Feng Zichen would gradually be assimilated and become a part of this power, completely losing himself. This power was so strong that Feng Zichen could not understand it. It could drown his mind at any time. Move. Knowing that he could not control this power for too long, Feng Zichen seized the time and used all his strength to move the Pangu celestial phenomenon. Rumble. With Feng Zichen's efforts, the Pangu celestial phenomenon moved and suddenly opened its eyes. Suddenly, an indescribable power spread out. The unknown world that no one could detect collapsed under this power. All conceptual existences were destroyed and disappeared, completely turning into a state of nothingness. Boom! A power that Feng Zichen could not understand gushed out of the Pangu celestial phenomenon's body and rushed to the outside world. Soon, it rushed out of the untainted world and into the great chaos. With a boom, this power swept through the chaos, stirring up the boundless chaos chi and forming a vast chaos tide. In the great chaos, wherever the power swept through, it was clearly reflected in Feng Zichen's mind. Then, he saw the treasure hidden in the chaos. It was a treasure condensed from countless chaos chi, the divine stone of chaos. Such a treasure was the best material in the untainted world to forge a connate spiritual treasure. There was no need to use the cauldron of heaven and earth or use the origin of innate fiend gods. It could be used directly to forge a connate spiritual treasure. The connate was one level higher than the acquired. Similarly, the chaos was one level higher than the connate. Connate materials could only be used to forge connate spiritual treasures, while chaos materials could be used to forge connate spiritual treasures. If the top chaos materials, such as the origin of chaos and divine stones of the great Tao, could be used to forge connate spiritual treasures or even chaos spiritual treasures. The untainted world had an upper limit, but the chaos did not. Here, even the great Tao could be achieved, not to mention forging connate spiritual treasures. Collect. After marking the divine stones of chaos he found, Feng Zichen suddenly activated the power of the Pangu celestial phenomenon and collected all the divine stones of chaos. Rumble. With the power of the Pangu celestial phenomenon, the divine stones of chaos carried a large amount of chaos chi and quickly passed through the barrier of heaven and earth, arriving in front of Feng Zichen. However, no one in the Eldritch world was aware of this. Not to mention Tao ancestor Hongjun, even the heavenly way was the same. The power of the Pangu celestial phenomenon was obvious. There were not many divine stones of chaos, only 9 in total, but they were incomparably huge, like 9 immemorial divine mountains. They towered in front of Feng Zichen, giving people a visual shock. As expected of a treasure nurtured by the chaos, it was very in line with the characteristics of the chaos. It was huge, unimaginably huge. Anything nurtured by the chaos outside the outer world, regardless of whether it was a person or an object, was extremely huge. Chaos demon gods were like this, chaos spiritual treasures were like this, and chaos divine materials were even more so. After obtaining the 9 divine stones of chaos, Feng Zichen's mind suddenly retreated from the body of the Pangu celestial phenomenon and returned to the body of the Pangu celestial being. The power of the Pangu celestial being was really too strong. After only using it for a moment, Feng Zichen was about to be assimilated by it. At that moment, naturally, he hurriedly retreated, not daring to continue to come into contact with this power. However, Feng Zichen was pleasantly surprised by what he had gained in that short period of time. If these 9 divine stones of chaos were carefully refined, they could definitely be refined into 9 supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures. However, this was not what Feng Zichen wanted. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly activated the power of the Pangu celestial being. He took out the flame of chaos and burned it towards the divine stones of chaos, wanting to melt them and refine their origin. When the Pangu celestial being activated the flame of chaos, a power that belonged to time and space spread out from his body, acting on the surroundings and slowing down time infinitely. The time needed to refine the divine stones of chaos was really too long, and Feng Zichen did not have so much time at all. Therefore, he tried his best to activate the way of time and space, stopping his own time. In this way, no matter how much time he spent refining the divine stones of chaos here, only a moment had passed in the outside world. Just when Feng Zichen was refining the divine stones of chaos in the great chaos outside the realm, there was a great uproar because he activated the power of the Pangu celestial being. The demon gods of chaos hidden in the chaos woke up from their deep sleep and looked in the direction of the untainted land in surprise and doubt. The way of heaven could not perceive the aura of Pangu because it came from Pangu. Therefore, Feng Zichen could easily deceive him by using the power of the Pangu celestial being. However, the demon gods of chaos were different. They were all enemies of the Pangu celestial being, so they were naturally very sensitive to his power. Therefore, the appearance of the Pangu celestial being alarmed them. Was it the Pangu celestial being who attacked just now? Did he wake up from his deep sleep? Looking in the direction where the power of the Pangu celestial being disappeared, a demon god of chaos murmured. At this time, there was not only fear in his eyes, but also endless fighting spirit. The fire of hatred burned in his heart, bringing him great power. The demon gods of chaos outside the realm were the real demon gods of chaos. Compared to them, the demon gods of chaos in the realm C could be called disabled. Being able to survive the attack of the Pangu celestial being, there was no doubt that they were powerful. They really stood at the peak of the demon gods of chaos, second only to the Pangu celestial being. Therefore, not only were they not afraid of the Pangu celestial being, but they were full of anger and wanted to take revenge on the Pangu celestial being. If it were not for the fact that they had not recovered from their injuries, they would have attacked the untainted land with all their strength instead of probing. Since their strength had not recovered, they did not dare to set foot in the untainted land easily, for fear that they would be killed by the backup left by the Pangu celestial being. I don't think so. I don't sense the aura of the Pangu celestial being. Someone must have used some unknown method to borrow the power of the Pangu celestial being. However, that person is not simple to be able to exert the power of the Pangu celestial being to such an extent. I'm afraid that no one in the untainted land can surpass him. Another demon god of chaos said. His words also attracted the agreement of another demon god of chaos. That's true. This power is really too strong. It has reached the level of chaos. There are capable people in the untainted land. We can't let the untainted land continue to grow. If the untainted land really gives birth to a chaos-level master, we will be in a passive position. The stronger the untainted land is, the more likely it is for the Pangu celestial being to wake up, and the more unfavorable it is for us. Before we are fully prepared, the Pangu celestial being must not wake up. Inform the Taoists in the untainted land to find an opportunity to destroy the untainted land and reset the earth, fire, water, and wind, so as to weaken the power of the untainted land and delay the time when the Pangu celestial being to wake up. Several demon gods of chaos communicated and made a plan to deal with the untainted land, destroy the heaven and earth, rebuild the universe, and weaken the origin of the heaven and earth. However, Feng Zichen celestial beings of the untainted land and many great mediums knew nothing about it. Now, all their thoughts were focused on scheming against their enemies, so as to dominate the general trend in the future. They had never thought that there would be foreign enemies taking advantage of the opportunity to invade. The demon gods of chaos had been silent for so long that the world had forgotten their existence. After an unknown period of time, Feng Zichen finally finished refining the 9 divine stones of chaos. 9 huge masses of origin of chaos floated around him, emitting mysterious power. This was good stuff. If all these masses of origin of chaos were instilled into a person, as long as that person could not withstand it and did not die, he would immediately obtain the power comparable to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. But this was just a thought. With the tyranny of the origin of chaos, even the body of an ancestral wizard might not be able to withstand the 9 masses of power, let alone others. Break. With a thought, Feng Zichen's celestial being secretly exerted his strength. The 9 masses of origin of chaos were shaken into 365 parts on average, which corresponded to the 365 divine cities of the human clan. Go! With a wave of his sleeve, the 365 masses of origin of chaos fell into the divine cities of the human clan and merged with the shadow of Zhouxing. In an instant, a wonderful change took place. The silhouettes of the stars in the sky twisted and distorted continuously, bursting forth with mysterious connate spiritual light. After a while, all the innate spiritual light converged, and the change of the shadow of Zhouxing also came to an end. At this moment, their appearance had changed greatly. They were no longer the images of stars, and they transformed into numerous small seals that emanated a profound glow of the Tao. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.